what we say. It is the reason we have no hair. Welcome to the Fallen Bonker Show.
I'm not going to say a word because I've been told to stay quiet tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, right.
It just quit all at once. I was like, wait.
Well, what you, come on. Come on. It's almost Halloween. I had to style up something new.
I like it.
It was
I
good.
like it.
It was good, I must admit. Dakota's it has got a flair for the graphics, you know. So, but it is awfully good at stuff like that. I like to kind of make him feel better now and again, you know. Like,
I am not a damn dance monkey.
You're in for a treat, Raymond, you really are. So, Dakota, I hand you the show over. Off you go, my friend. I'm going to stay quiet. See how long I can stay quiet for, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. If Chris is quiet, then we have an invasion of the body snatcher situation on our hands. But anyway, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Halloween week. Finally, close enough.
Close enough.
Today we have Raymond Newsom, or Mr. Newsroom, as my co-host constantly calls him.
Mr. Newsroom.
I blame my Scottish ability tongue for that. Sorry.
Scottish.
We didn't even make a minute. That was good.
Honestly, on you go. I'm not saying. I'll go say anything. Right, on you go.
Just jump in. People love it when we're, making fun of you. But so tonight we have, like I said, Raymond Newsom here to talk about Bobby Mackey's, some of his books. Quite frankly, I didn't know half this shit until like 5 minutes before the broadcast started. Someone doesn't get me shit.
Imagine that.
So Raymond, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. I just got back from Scarefest earlier in Lexington.
Nice. I heard you got like fucking 80-degree weather, and we just got freezing situation here in Idaho. My God, bastard.
Well, that's what you get for living in Idaho. I mean,
well, I've actually got a question in the chat, and there you go. It's for you, Dakota.
The camera's blurry because I had the background blurred option turned on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nothing special. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just ignore the shapes in the background. Likely my cats.
He's got a lot of inflatables back there. You just need to know. You'll not see them, you know. On you go.
Nothing like an inflated date.
Yeah, I can't have inflatables. The damn cats will fuck them up. Anyway.
Oh, dear Jesus.
So, Chris, are you wanting to take off the show? Because you keep fucking distracting me.
I'm sorry. Off you go.
So anyway, I was Scarefest, brother.
Scarefest is a horror and paranormal con in Lexington, Kentucky. And it's held every fall. And this year their big people were Robert Englund, Bill Moseley, Kane Hodder, Lance Henriksen, Robert Patrick. Taps was there, Dave Schrader. And so many vendors I got lost. It was just huge. And so much fun.
Can I ask a question now, Dakota?
Let's go. You fucking prick.
So listen, at the event, I can't help myself. Who was your best? Who was the best one you seen at the event? Come on. Who was it?
Dave's always my favorite. Dave's just so personal. Dave Schrader. Yeah. He's always just so personal and just so much fun to be around. So
yeah, yes, Dakota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you can actually corner him like that, but trying to get him to answer his fucking emails is atrocious. My God.
Oh, Jesus.
I just messaged him on Facebook.
Yeah.
I know. I had to corner him on Twitter, and he's like, "Who the hell are you?" I was like, "The guy who asked to email you." Anyway.
I emailed him. I actually emailed him, and he lost my email. I think it was only like 5 times or something like that. You know what I mean? I will say Dave Schrader is one of the best. I will say this: he's got one of the best shows on TV, and he has because he does watch this. I know he does. Right, so he has everybody out there. Please check out his shows. Right, when you go on.
So anyway, Raymond, how long have you been with the paranormal game, man?
I made it more official last year, and I've just kind of ran with it. But it's been off and on all my life, so. Everybody has that one experience that just kind of throws you into it, and that's the end of it. And I've had several. See, Raymond, honestly, do you have him a new co-host, Raymond? Look what he's done to my name. This is what I need to put up with. I have to go to the union about this. That's terrible.
The union?
I know, there's no union. I'll just make that shit up. But anyway, can I ask you something, Raymond? How did you get into the ghost hunting itself? Come on, how did it all happen for you? The big question.
Originally it just started with, different experiences. Everybody has that one imaginary friend that just doesn't seem as imaginary as we make it out to be. And then later on in my 20s, I had open heart surgery.
Ooh.
Yeah, I started seeing, I saw a doppelganger of my mom walk into her kitchen while she was sitting on the couch. I've seen shadows walk across the yard in the middle of the day. A little boy sitting with his legs like Indian style at my feet. And then there's one that was peeking around the corner at me and my brother while we were watching TV one night.
Wow.
That was just within about a month.
Did you think it was something to do with the heart operation? Did your heart stop at all during this?
Well, considering the type of surgery, they basically had to stop your heart anyway.
Right.
And I say it just kind of increased everything. And when you're that close to death and stuff, you kind of, make that connection.
Open the door. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's actually quite a double gang. I've heard it. I've never experienced it, and I hope I never do experience it. I mean, what did you do when you seen?
Well, like I said, I saw it walk into the kitchen and turn the corner, and I was like, well, I was going to the kitchen, not paying attention. I turned the corner, and Mom's sitting on the couch in her living room. I was like, wait a second, you were just going that way. And then I was mad because I didn't have a camera, so.
That is crazy.
All the good ones always happens when you don't have a camera in reach, doesn't it?
Right?
I know.
It really does.
I mean, that would terrify me to see like a double. I mean, what would you do, Dakota, if you seen a double of you walking into the room?
I have to ask when the hell my uncle showed up, because again, I look the exact same. So he has better facial hair. That's about it.
A question for you, Raymond. See when you get into like a haunted location, what do you? How do you see the spirits? Do you have that like a medium abilities? Do you like sense them, or do you see them?
To an extent, I can make them out. Depending on how strong they are, it could be almost full on like figures, or it could be like outlines.
Yeah, that's fascinating. How when you must have been in and stopped your heart, it must have opened the doorway, and it's just made things look double. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder what else you can experience. What other strange things have you experienced in your life?
I had a long time. Well, it was a recurring nightmare that happened for over a year and involved aliens.
Really? Oh, that's Dakota's department.
Yeah. In high school, me and my brother actually saw a UFO. Once again, we didn't get to get a picture, but it was something silver sitting in the sky, just sitting there, and then it was gone. Right. I mean, what else could it be?
Did you ever have lost time?
I lose time all the time, but that's a whole different story.
Been there, brother. Been there.
I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about. So, can you tell us about any interesting cases you've been on? Any really like scary ones or intriguing ones?
Wednesday night, I had an extremely intriguing one. It was at an old schoolhouse that was turned into a haunted house.
Right.
And the activity that we got there was, a lot more than what I expected, and I hope to go back. And the story was that a custodian there killed some of the kids that went to the school in the school building, and then hung himself in the building.
Oh, damn.
And yeah. And at one point when we were in the basement, all of our equipment started going nuts. And I was trying to get them to talk to the spirit box, and nothing was communicating. Over in like a dark corner and stuff, there was a chair. I went over there, sat down on my phone that I was recording with and stuff, and just held the spirit box out and started talking, and we started getting responses. And at one point it went silent. I said, listen, forget about the cameras. Forget about anybody else in the room. It's just you and me. I need some answers. This is the only way we're going to clear it up. And then I started getting a few more responses. So hopefully if I go back, I can get some more.
That's so interesting, that.
I definitely would want to see more about this particular case, man, because that ghost children in itself is just creepy enough, but under those circumstances, that's definitely gonna bring something out.
Oh yeah.
Also, what would you happen to say be your best piece of evidence when it came to a case?
Best pieces of evidence. I've got two. One I haven't shared. One I just shared. I set a camera down by the pool tables in Bobby Mackey's and just left it. And I walked away, and you hear everybody else talking at the other end of the bar, then walking toward it, and it picks up my name, and then it says, "Help us."
Oh, my God.
And another one was at Madison Seminary. I was with Kalani Smith and Jeff Matt from All American Paranormal, and me and Kalani were on the fourth floor, trying to work on some stuff, and we hear a hiss come down from the hallway.
Bobby Mackey's always intrigues me. It's somewhere that it's on my bucket list. If I to investigate anywhere, would be Bobby Mackey's. I mean, what was your experiences in Bobby Mackey's? What was like? Did anything like stand out to you? I know you heard the EVPs, but was there like anything? Did you see anything?
Well, it's a bar, so there's so much, condensed energy.
Yeah.
From that, because it's open every weekend.
Yeah.
They still run the bar every weekend. I don't know how that building looks like it's going to fall in, but
I know.
I love it. And, there's just so many different spirits and stuff in there that you never know who's going to come forward. And usually when you're not paying attention and not asking questions is when you're going to get the most. That's why when I knew something was down there, I just took my camera down there and left it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got that. We were doing EVPs down in the area that's called the Pit to Hell, or the Portal to Hell. And at one point, Patty Adams asked, "Is this a portal to hell?" And a very clear no came through.
That's interesting. What is the story behind Bobby Mackey's? Was there like a slaughterhouse there or something at one point?
It was there was a slaughterhouse there at one point. Eventually it was turned into a club by the mob. Right. And the mob ran it for a while before they started moving west because, the mob was huge in Cincinnati for the longest time. And then it just became nightclub after nightclub. But the parking lot is more dangerous than the building. It really is. Really? So there's been so many people shot and killed out in that parking lot or had accidents. It's insane. It really is. But, here's the highway, here's Bobby Mackey's, here's a railroad, here's the Licking River. It's just all piled up on top of each other, and where else is that energy going to draw?
That's what
Except for a place with high energy, and where they run that bar, there's a lot of high energy. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say, because the river, the spirits like power, and there is a lot of power in the rivers itself, the energy-wise. Do you think the mob maybe murdered people in there and buried them, and they're still there?
I don't know about that. There was a story about a nurse that was killed locally.
I've heard that.
That supposedly the men threw her head down into the well before it was filled in, because it drains right out into the river. I mean, you can go around and through it to where it goes straight up, but you can't go down. However, as far as actual evidence that happened, nobody has any. So,
yeah. Well, it's a place for Dakota to go to there. Dakota?
Why am I always the one that has to jump into the dangerous situations?
Because you're in that kind of thing. You're in that thing. I'm more a command module person that looks after the command module and the biscuits and the tea. We
don't understand that Scottish talk.
Do you know?
We're American.
It took me 3 months of working with him to finally understand.
I'll tell you this to do. I'll have to go into Bobby Mackey's myself. Aye. But I'll hand you over to my handsome co-host. There you go. See?
You sexy devil, you.
I know.
Raymond, do you have an attachment?
Possibly. I know I have spirit guides that follow me real close too.
I was about to say, got someone behind you. Male.
Older guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a family member.
All right. Oh, good. You got just been through Bobby Mackey's.
Kind of like military.
Yeah, he's got that manner to him.
Yeah. Either my grandfather or my Uncle Bob. One of the two.
I was about to say, we had to see we have a couple people in the chat also noticing that sounds like something's trying to come through. But you never know on this show.
Right?
Yep. You're always in for a treat.
You start talking about the ghost and the ghost appears. That's how it works.
We talk about the alien, the Nazis, the sexy Nazi alien chick shows up.
Right?
I'm afraid that I think about that all the time and it never happens for me.
Then again, you did also say you had a UFO show up above your house and a shadow apparition that looked awful lot like me within a few minutes of when I was actually born.
That's very true.
When the time was right.
That is very true. That is very true. But I didn't want to say nothing because I could kind of sense something too, but I can't see people standing there. It's weird. I'll tell you what I'm getting, right? I'm not getting that there's anybody standing behind you. I'm just getting the feeling that every now and again, it's as if there's like, I don't know, it's like a ball of light. It's hard for me to explain. It's how I see things. And it's moving about. That's all I've been getting. It gets light, but it shouldn't be. It's weird. See that the camera's broken.
But no, yeah, he always has my six, that's for sure. What's funny is I wasn't even in the military, but I just, had a very special connection with, especially my grandfather. So,
yeah,
we stayed with him for a while at one point, and every day I would get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning just to sit and eat breakfast with him, and then play checkers until I had to get ready for school. And I beat that man one time out of all the times we ever played. And then the next game, he slaughtered me. So I think it was a fluke. And then he was like, no, we're not having this anymore.
He was maybe going easy on you. So, Raymond, can you tell us about your books? Something that I'm really interested in. Yes. Your first book you ever made. What was that about?
My first book that was ever written was actually the first part, because Rise of the Fallen was actually 4 books that was the series that I just combined into one book. It's easier to market one instead of 4. That's just the truth of it. So I released the first part, which is Son of the World. and it is about a man who is basically forced to become a serial killer for this group that hides in the shadows. And they hold a blood contract over his head. So this is why he has to do it. And even when he does it and stuff, there's a sense of pleasure to it. But afterward and stuff, he mentally just breaks down every time he has to do it. And it just, takes its toll on him throughout the book. So even as he does these atrocious things, you can't help but feel sorry for this guy because he really doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. Is this book available on Amazon?
Yes.
Right.
At this point, it's called Rise of the Fallen, a saga.
Right. I might purchase it.
It has fallen angels that are trying to take over the world. It has archangels. It has demons. It has vampires, werewolves, you name it, it's in it. And I'll make it all kind of mesh very well.
That sounds really interesting because Dakota deals in the kind of like fallen angels and the kind of angel kind of aspects. Dakota, would you like to bump into this?
No, say be careful what you write down because they do watch and they do critique you. And that catty.
I know. Oh, I know. Yeah. I know. I didn't make it too horrible. Actually, they seem very, every one of them seem very personable, especially the archangels and stuff, because, the main character has a very special relationship with them. And, yeah, especially Michael and his mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Michael is an interesting archangel. Michael is interesting, I must admit. There's things about him that's, I find intriguing. But I'm definitely, guys, in the chat, you'll need to try and buy that book. Christmas is coming up, Buy them. Yeah. Hopefully it'll sell 1 million copies. You'll be able to afford a tank of gas.
Right. By the time they take their cut and stuff, that's about all I'd have is a tank of gas. No,
been there, brother.
Yeah.
So where's the next location you're going to be investigating, Raymond?
The old hospital on College Hill in Williamson, West Virginia. And I have been looking forward to this one all year long. Because it is a public event, but I bought tickets back in May.
Yeah.
As soon as they came available, I was like, yep, I'm going. So I bought them, and I finally get to use them, and I cannot wait for that place because I just have a feeling I won't draw a lot out of that place, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. I would love to. What was the hospital famous for? Was it a tuberculosis kind of hospital, or was it a mental asylum, or what was it?
Honestly, I really don't know. I try not to learn too much before I go into places.
Right. I see.
That way, I don't have a biased opinion when I walk in.
I've just looked up your book there on my phone because thanks to Dakota, I've clicked on it and I've just went, I'll purchase it in a little while.
Okay. Back to the books. I have a psychological thriller too. This is a serial killer book written in first person.
Really?
Yeah. There's no outline involved, just a lot of alcohol.
Wow. Could you tell us about it?
Yeah, it is called I Am Brian, and Portico keeps trying to talk and you take over.
I know.
It's called I Am Brian, and it follows the life of Brian Leroy Lewis as he tells it, which is, coming from a sociopath, half of it is complete shit. But he tells it like he has a superhero complex. So, he's the good guy in this story, even though he's killing all these people. He's the good guy. He was the victim, he became the good guy, and that's where he is all the way up till the end. And there's a lot of twists and turns, and I'm never going to spoil it. People have to read it. Trigger warnings, there's a lot of graphic everything. Graphic murders, graphic sex, you name it, it's in there. So just a word to the wares for people that are picking it up.
And Raymond, where are you at so the feds know where to get you?
The feds have been following my Google research for years now. I'm like, I swear I'm just a writer. You start looking at the stuff I look up, you know somebody's watching you.
Oh my God.
Oh, that was just supposed to be a joke, Raymond. Now we're going to see the FBI raid any second now.
No, they know it's a book. Trust me, they've probably seen everything that I've written as I wrote it.
You haven't got like a dark cellar or anything like that, like somebody chained up there.
No. I don't even have a basement, so.
I'll let my co-host ask you some questions before I get into trouble with him, you know.
No, it's like the banter between us works. That's why you're still here. You know, we're already too invested in this shit, brother.
I know.
Damn it.
I'm looking up your book in the app. I'm just looking it up in the app there. I'm looking it up in the what do you call it, the paperback of your books, and I'm going to add it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am trying to get links up to Raymond's books in the chat. So, if you want to be able to purchase them, we are an Amazon affiliate, so I'm legally obliged to say this. We do earn a small commission, but it does not affect the price. There.
Yeah.
I get a small commission too, but that's about it.
I know. I'm published too, brother. I know.
Yeah, it's
I know the pain.
Ridiculous, but you know.
And Amazon's one of the worst. Good exposure, but they're the worst about when it comes to royalties.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully 1 million people will buy your book, Raymond.
You'll get a whopping 10 cents.
I know.
Per
there you go, 10 cents. You can treat yourself to a teaspoonful.
So 10 cents per book.
10% of anything left over from what Amazon takes down from production.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Deadly quiet in here. Hear the crickets.
Deadly quiet.
I don't know if it is, but to me you hear like a weird tone.
Yeah. Kind of a tinnitus, a bit of a frequent tone to it. I'm just like...
It's not the same as the alien stuff, that's different. And I don't know if anybody in the chat will notice, because it's different.
Well, if we start hearing the same voices we heard last time we had Moonblade on, we have one of the Archangels starting to critique Raymond.
Well, I have a strong connection to the Archangels too, so it'll be okay.
Well,
there's probably more investigators that think I'm related to the Archangels by blood, so because some of the weird shit that happens around me.
And honestly, I keep like a weird shield around my house too, to keep too much activity from barging in. Because when I'm at home. I don't want anything to do with anything. So.
Oh, you're no fun.
Oh, Ken, you should have the door open, man, so demons and strange creatures can come in at night and drag you to bed and do terrible things to you. Come on, that happens to him every night.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Leave your door open tonight and leave a sign out saying any demons or strange creatures from beyond the grave, please come and do terrible things to me as I sleep. That's all you need to do, and it'll happen,
I mean, I would if, everybody was at home.
In Chris's defense, I will say this. Majority of the weird messages in the middle of the night come from him, allegedly in his trances. And the only reason I haven't shut his ass down is because too much weird shit has coincided with it for me to ignore it.
I know, but see, that's the thing. I don't remember anything about it. So we're both. I have really awesome dreams. I mean, who doesn't want to stand at the edge of the galaxy and look at everything? You know what I mean? And have weird mind out of body experiences.
LSD does that to people, bud.
Oh, no LSD.
That's not. I don't think that's CBD that he's running through his vape.
I said LSD. Yeah.
No. He's always bragging about CBD. I was like, dude.
No, I did. I will say this. No, I will say this.
Kayla do that to you too.
I don't drink. I'm the first Scotsman.
Kayla makes her clothes fall off.
No, honestly, I am the first Scotsman you've probably ever met that does not drink. I have never drunk in my entire life.
It's okay. I'll make
You're
up for
actually
both of us.
Scottish.
Never. Once. Just there you go. You know? It's mysteries.
That's on your end.
Did you hear that?
What was that, Dakota?
Yeah, that just sounds like dishwasher was singing.
Okay.
That's what
I
I
was
knew
going
it
to say
was.
there. I thought it was...
I thought it was a REM pod for a second. Because it has
Oh,
about the same tone.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It didn't sound like that for me. It sounded like somebody speaking.
It's like I'm hearing voices coming out of Raymond's End, but I thought he had a woman
It's
home
Raymond's
with a
End.
dog.
It's Raymond's End.
Well, there are people on through the house, so it's probably filtering through the house.
So that's what I was about to say. That's all it sounded like. Just somebody came home.
Yeah. See, look at all the people in the chat now making fun of me because I don't drink. That's terrible. That's it, Raymond. Tonight you have to drink twice the amount because I don't drink to make up for me.
Never drunk, just
Listen,
inebriated. Yep.
I went to Louder in Life a few weeks ago, well, right before Bobby Mackey's. It's a big rock festival in Louisville, Kentucky. 4 days. First day was about the only day I really drank, and I walked over, I ordered 2 doubles, poured into the same glass, and then downed it.
Oh my God.
And they just kind of stared at me with their mouth wide open. I was like, listen, I am a professional. Don't look at me like, one of these little kids drinking. No. I do this all the time.
I honestly, if I had to even take one of them, I don't think, I think it, because I've never drunk, can you imagine what would happen to me if I did that? I mean,
Dakota, we now have a mission to get him over here and get him a drink.
You'll never do it.
Well, let's see. I don't really drink all that much, but that's mostly for medical reasons. My pancreas is already shot.
Oh, half my body's shot. At this point, it's just going for broke.
You just need to look forward to old age. I mean, I'm 41. Dakota's 79. I mean,
I'm damn good if I'm 79. My God.
I know. But he's actually youngest out the lot, yes, Raymond. That's the strange thing. He's only, 23, 24?
26.
Yeah, I'll be 39 December, so.
I mean, seriously, he's just a young pup. He's just a young pup. What's that the people in the chat saying there? Smith Family Paranormal Investigations. 2 drunk Scotsmen are the reason we have got...
4 old guys dressing up like pimps,
Well, it's no my fault. I will admit, some of the gear that people put on when they play golf is ridiculously stupid. I mean,
a white man excuse to dress like a black ass pimp.
I will say that. When you go, Raymond?
My favorite explanation of how golf came to be came from Robin Williams. That'll be always the best explanation ever.
I hate golf. I despise it. I don't see the point in whacking a wee white ball about it. Crazy golf, on the other hand. Crazy golf, on the other hand. Crazy
whacking a wee white ball? That's what happens when the ex-wife comes over to steal my alimony?
But I live near a kind of golf course. I've seen them all with their stupid stuff on and their mad tartan hats and stuff like that, their big soaks and stuff. What is it? What is it? Somebody said in the chat. What is it? 2 drunk. I'm just reading the chat. Oh my! I'm just reading the chat, guys. So Raymond, what was your last book about? You said you had another book. Did you have any sci-fi one?
Oh yeah, this was called Corruption of Pangea, and Pangea is basically a city that I made up that was built on an island, somewhere kind of in the Caribbean area.
Mm-hmm.
However, one of the scientists that was first brought in and helped develop the city and stuff also brought along the whole idea of Zeppelins as well. So they have Zeppelins to help monitor the city for the people that run it.
Mm-hmm.
However, they also run every horrible bit of it too. There's drugs, there's pedophile rings, there's everything. and these certain people will just come along and they're like, we've had enough, and just start cleaning house. And that's pretty much what the book's about.
The American CIA. Got it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't worry.
And actually, I have started the second one. I just do not have it finished yet.
Don't worry, if the CIA or the FBI is watching this and you want to get in contact with Raymond, just please contact Dakota at Baldwin Bunkers LLC, and we'll get you his contact information.
They know how to find me.
They know how to find me. Don't bother looking for me because I'm totally useless. So you'd be better going to Dakota because he's the boss.
Oh, guys, you already know where I live. Just come by, say hi. We'll have a drink. I've got a brand new bottle of bourbon up on top of the fridge. We'll bust into that sucker.
Yeah.
However, I'm not leaving without it.
Who have we all got in the chat tonight, by the way, Dakota? Out of curiosity.
I think we have a couple of new ones in here.
Yeah. Shall you give them a shout out?
Hi, Shannon. No, it's not my mother.
Is that your mum?
No.
Is that your? I thought it was your mum.
Quit trying to hit on my mother.
What?
Oh shit! She just heard me.
Well, don't you worry. I would never do such a thing. Where's my phone?
She just called me an asshole in the other room.
Oh, see, that's terrible. You know,
it's like, don't hit on my mother. I've got her on speed dial. What are you talking about?
Aye, it's fine. I've been talking to her for months now. Don't worry, if we ever get.
She loves the accent.
Don't worry, Dakota. If we ever get married,
seen her start when we had Barry Fitzgerald on. Oh my God!
Oh God!
Just
love Barry. Barry's such a cool guy.
He is.
Yes. Just think about it in this sense, Dakota. If we ever get married, which is highly unlikely, I'm going to make you call me daddy.
What the fuck? I zoned out for 1 minute.
I'm getting them into so much trouble, Raymond. We're getting them into so much trouble. I'm in Scotland. I'm safe. I'm safe from the women's wrath.
Yeah. Yeah, man, she's going to be charging through that door and just smacking him across the head.
I know. That's what you need to
down.
do.
It's the only time she can reach.
Put your hand. You know? Look at the chat.
It would be like my grandmother. My grandmother used to use a cast iron skillet to our heads.
Wow. That's going to look brittle.
Yeah. That's why our heads are so hard at this point. Yeah. Right? I can put my head through a wall now without trouble.
I've got to change the subject here because we're embarrassing poor Dakota here, you know. Have you ever went in to investigate the UFO sightings? See how you said you experienced something down the same lines? You've seen something. Would you like to maybe venture out into the UFO field?
Oh, I'd like to venture out into the UFOs and into cryptids. I'd love to go Bigfoot hunting. That'd be incredible. As long as it's not a naked white Bigfoot, it'd be okay. Yeah.
What's wrong with the naked white Bigfoots?
I know the shit that Mike carries around with him. Okay, I'm good.
I think you and Mike. I think honestly, the two of yous in the woods together in a tent, it would be great. You know, think of the new things you would experience.
I'm good. I'll have my own tent or sleep in the car.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
imagine the type of activity that's going to stir up when his book comes out.
I know that's going to. If it ever comes out, that's the thing. I don't know if it is going to come out or is it going to come out. Or it keeps telling me it's going to come out. I hope it comes out.
There's a lot of litigation when you go through official channels, man. That's why we're trying to set up an easier way.
Yeah,
that's why I self-publish. It really is, just because you know. I don't have to go through all the BS of everything else.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe that's what you should do, Raymond. You should maybe, instead of doing like the ghost hunting, you should get into the cryptid hunting. Go into the woods and look for the Jersey Devil or something strange. Bigfoot.
Yeah, if I want to see something strange, I'll go to Walmart. You've never been to Walmart.
I've heard about the places in America, the big shops called Walmart.
I used to work in a Walmart, man. I can vouch that there's some weird shit that goes down.
I mean, I've seen some crazy videos on YouTube about Walmart.
You want to know what's real bad? Speaking of UFOs, this person swears to this story. I know I like to joke around, but there's someone who swears to me to this day they saw an alien gray shopping at Walmart.
They probably did.
Yeah, that'd be the perfect place for it.
I mean, they've got good deals, what I've heard. They've got some good deals, you know.
And exercise child labor.
Well, I didn't know that. We don't have Walmarts. We don't have Walmarts here, you know. But
what you say the store chain was over in the UK that was owned by Walmart?
We do have one. It's owned by the same one. It's owned by the same two brothers that own it, and it's called Asda. You know. And if you're watching, please message Bald and Bonkers at LLC here. He'll answer you back. Don't answer me because I'm useless, as I say.
There's a reason why a Walmart application got shut down, man.
There's been a lot of conspiracies with Walmart, though. Isn't there? I mean, if you admit it, there has been so much conspiracies, especially
and damn near every single one of them is true.
About them, how they could be actually used as like concentration camps and stuff. Have you seen that? I mean, at a time of war or whatever's going to happen, there's been actually reports. Have you seen that, Raymond, about that kind of stuff about the Walmarts?
I try to ignore them as much of that as I can. I don't go to Walmart unless I absolutely have to, and that's for things that I can't find at other stores. I even shop groceries, local stores, so.
That's what I try and do too. There is a lot of, like, see, in the United Kingdom, we've got like two main big ones. We've got Tesco's and we've got Morrison's, and then we've got the Asda's. And there's no many of them, but they're huge places, and it is Walmart that owns them. But if you go online, I mean, there is so much conspiracies about Walmart, about how they could be turned into concentration. What do you know, Dakota? Go and tell us, you work in this kind of field.
Not by choice. I needed a fucking job. No, I used to work in the fucking deli for me. I mean, say if you had a rowdy customer that would start swinging on you, you would get fired for defending yourself.
Mm-hmm. Would you?
Yeah.
Same thing in nursing, so.
I mean, it's just, they treat you like shit. They utilize child labor in order to keep the costs down. They pirate their own fucking movies.
What's that Smith Family Paranormal Investigations? That's terrible. That's it. That's it. As a founding member, you'll be struck off the game.
You signed all the shit to me. I'm the one with all the keys.
I know. I signed different to him. You know, fuck, by the way, because I owe the Swedish government $5 billion. Now they're after him. What? You wanted it all? I gave you the keys to the kingdom.
I didn't say. I was trying to help you take on a managerial position, but I'm glad now I didn't, because this shit would have gone downhill.
I know. You see,
faster than it has.
I know. So I'm looking forward to your videos coming out, Raymond, on your channel. I'm
looking forward to get to them too. I'm still trying to get everything compiled onto my computer because it's not working for me for some odd reason.
Right, everybody buy his book. You can buy a new computer.
Because I uploaded it to my cloud and I'm trying to download it to the laptop, and every time I start to, it says network error. Every time. So I'm still working on that.
My technological skills are diabolical. You just need to ask Dakota. Don't ask Dakota. My technology. I mean, if it comes to
a lot of places are diabolical.
I mean,
this is why you use actual cables, and SD card readers. The physical file transfers. Less likely to get compromised.
I will say this, right? I have got a brand new laptop here, and it's got a Windows 11 in it, and I've managed. It's taken me months to fathom it out. Right, because I went from a Windows 1998 to a Windows 11. You see where I'm coming here? I mean, I will say this, I do have Apple devices, and I must admit they are great. See, for doing like recording videos and uploading them and stuff. You know. What? It's Dakota. Some strange noises.
No, someone's got a baby crying.
It's not me. I don't have any. I hope.
I was under the impression I didn't have any, and all of a sudden the aliens are coming down saying, "Hi, Daddy."
Aye, but you're a curiosity. One day there's going to be a monument to you, Dakota. You know, there's going to be a monument to her. What's that? Smith family.
Was that a woman speaking Japanese? Are you watching hentai there, Raymond? What the hell?
What was that? What are you watching, Raymond?
I'm not watching anything. I'm in the room with the door, with the TV off. I don't even have my phone on.
You're not watching the old series Monkey.
How am I the only one?
I did hear that.
Sounded like an older woman.
I did hear that. It was a Japanese.
And it was loud.
Yeah, I know. I heard it too. I heard that day. It was really weird. It was like an old woman shouting something. Did anybody in the chat hear that?
I love
There's
how everything seems to freeze in the chat right as we get to talk. Something happen.
There's something weird going on. I don't know what it is, but it's like Raymond. There's something seems to be. I don't know. It's just weird. There's something running about Raymond.
Well, it's just at Bobby Mackey's, so.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if you've brought something home.
All of a sudden you'll start to feel cold hands, give you a massage.
I couldn't be that lucky.
You know,
it happened to me on my first hunt. My God, that was creepy. Felt good, but cold.
I just don't know what it is. There's some weird. Every now and again, I can hear a voice now and again, and it is like a woman talking, but it's like an old woman talking.
I don't know what they're watching on TV through the house. I have no idea.
I don't know. It's just like you can tell that it would be someone else in the house, but you can just by how the sound came through. But this one sounded like it was up close to your mic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like Japanese. It was like I watch a lot of the Japanese cookery programs. Yes, I know, I'm mad, and it was like well, I like cookery programs. I find them relaxing, right? No, and I've heard the older women speak, and that is what it sounded like. It sounded like, oh, it's Dakota's end. He's got a Japanese chef in or something.
No, my mother is far from a Japanese woman.
Well, look, she's beating somebody up now. She's got a big club.
Probably beating up one of the cats. Wow, this
has been an amazing interview tonight. I must admit, hasn't it, Raymond? I mean, this is awesome. I mean, we're getting some strange creatures from beyond the veil, which is actually his mother.
Well, I don't shut everything out. Just more negative stuff. So if it's just somebody that's passing through that's just looking for help or something, they could possibly come through. It's just
have you ever helped? Have you ever helped souls?
Yes.
Can you tell us about some of that?
One of the craziest instances I could tell about. I was actually asleep, and I was dreaming, and I was in the room with one of the residents that I took care of at a nursing home. And I told them when they passed away and who was in the room because I was in that room with them.
Oh my God. They must follow you about. They must latch onto you. I mean, for all you know, outside your house now, there could be 300 spirits just waiting on you.
Yeah, at the nursing home, they called me the angel of death because I could usually tell them exactly when they were going past. And typically, they either really want me around them all the time or they push them away.
That's my brother, by the way. I would just like to point everybody in the chat. See that guy there? He's called Drew Mole. That is my brother. And one day I might let you meet him.
I'm sorry, Drew. I'm sorry.
Raymond does kind of look like Shaggy a bit.
He does, doesn't he? He does. I see when he said that. Then I was like, oh.
Except I'm not stone talking to my dog.
Scooby-Doo! You know? Then you go when you go to investigate Bobby Mackey's again, the van will pull up and he's all can climb out. You know?
And what's funny is they had the van at Scarefest. I actually took a picture of it.
the message there. For Drew, Dakota can be Wilma.
You mean Velma, who just came out as gay? Wilma's Fred Flintstone, man.
Is it?
If I gotta be Velma, can I be like the live action Linda Cardellini? You know, the one time Velma was actually hotter than Daphne.
Yeah.
Sweet.
See, that's that. You have to get a van now, Raymond. You have to get a van.
I also have this up there too.
Ooh.
Oh, look out, Sherry.
Clowns are absolutely despised.
From outer space.
I've seen that film. That's actually quite a good movie. Oh my god, I hate clowns. You know, talking about movies, what did you think about the new movie? Anyways.
Or It?
It.
Pennywise.
Pennywise.
The new ones were fun. They were good for their own, movie, but the original will always be the best.
The original was the best. It was.
Hello, Georgie.
Because after a while, when they start bringing in so much CGI, it just kind of kills it.
Yeah.
See,
however, the crazy eye thing that he does in the movie, he can actually do that. So.
Yeah. There's Sherry PIWI Spiritual Investigators. She loves clowns. It's Absolutely. A favourite. I mean, she's always.
Sherry, I'll send that to you later.
Send that to her because she absolutely loves them.
Here comes the hexes. Remember, he's the one that said it, Sherry, not me. I was the one saying.
She's always telling me, Chris, do you know something? I want to be locked in a room with 10 ghostly clowns chasing me up and down.
Why is she telling you that? She should tell her boyfriend that.
Jarkas, the jars come in it. That's that. I'm doomed now, you know. No, I look. You've got to have a wee bit of a laugh, you know. It's Halloween's coming up.
I'm playing Sherry. I want to do that to you.
Christine pointed out this show took definitely a weird turn.
Right?
But look, we're called Bald and Bonkers. I mean, Raymond should be used to us now. I mean, seriously, we've been watching this for a long time.
I've been in chat for a long time, so I knew what I was getting into. They just didn't know exactly what they were getting into with me.
I know. But look, we're going to have Brian J. Laverty on soon to talk about his experiences in Bobby Mackey's, you know. And his hair products that I didn't know he was into hair. He was a stylist. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
He was a stylist.
You wouldn't think it with the, lack of hair, but.
Well, when you really think about it, all the, top male hairstylists, isn't it funny how they're all bald?
Yeah. Well, that's because they never had their own hair to mess with, so they had to mess with someone else's.
I think we should start a charity, and that he's probably going to hunt me down for this. Brian's probably going to hunt me down for this, but I think we should start a charity and we should buy him a wig.
He
could take it to Global Ghost Hunt him, you know.
A Parapost, shampoo,
The Parapost shampoo.
And that's something that's is really choking to death now. You know?
We killed one finally.
You know, that's something else that you're actually into, isn't it, Raymond? You're into the Global Ghost Hunt.
I am part of Locations.
Oh, can you tell us a bit about that?
Well, first of all, they stuck me and Matt Barron together from, Paracrew Podcast and P3 and stuff. And that was just a terrible idea because we're too much alike. I said, we're going to have people investigate McDonald's and porta potties and, they didn't find that as funny as we did.
I think you should do maybe a distillery, a bourbon distillery. The two of you together in a bourbon distillery, you know?
That would be dangerous because, I'd get thrown out for drinking. No.
We
were talking about Japanese women. Isn't there a certain type of spirit in Japanese folklore that you have to get drunk in order to see?
I don't know.
I gotta look that up now. Oh. Besides my ex-girlfriends?
During past life regression, I do have past lives in Japan, so that would make sense.
Really?
Too. Yeah.
Maybe it's one of your ex-wives.
And that's probably why I'm obsessed with Japan as well as, Ireland. So.
See, you never told us that. See, she's got Japanese connections here. So it could maybe a past life. It could be one of your women just coming back to you.
It was probably my mother in a past life trying to smack me up against the head. That's why she's screaming in the microphone. Shut up, you moron.
But the global ghost hunt will be good. I think it'll be awesome. I think the global ghost hunt has done a great favour hiring you, Raymond. I think it's going to be awesome,
Yeah, I'm really excited about this because it's going to be a lot of fun. It really is.
Yeah. Especially, I think Brian, he is working hard with it, I must admit. I see all the stuff that he posts on it all the time and stuff like that. Is it a big thing that he's doing, like trying to arrange all this?
Sherry's got it.
Shanna, what is that?
What? Shoujo.
Shoujo? That sounds like something. Can I have 2 shoujo and a packet of crisps, please?
Last picture.
Shoujo. What does that actually mean in Japanese? Last class.
Oh God, he's gonna ask a Scottish man who can hardly handle English is gonna ask Sherry what it is. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Sherry. The ghost one you see when you're drunk.
Oh, there you go. It come up. What do you mean a Scottish? That I will admit, right? I will admit that. See my Siri device. It does not understand a single word that I say.
I believe it.
You want to
it's
see
the same.
fun,
It's
turn on
the
a
same on
Scottish
Alexa
YouTube channel and turn on closed captions on a Scottish YouTube channel and see it get confused.
Oh, I watch it do it on Facebook when I watch Bald and Bonkers. That's a no.
Look. I think Raymond, we had this argument, and I think we're needing to do it like a live show on the Xbox, and have Drew come on and all that. We had an argument, ladies and gentlemen, the other night there about aluminium. I mean, seriously, it's called aluminium, but you Americans, you've got to change everything and call it aluminum. Why? That's what I'm going to say. That's stuck with me to call,
You're still bringing up the fucking aluminum.
It's no aluminum. It's aluminium. Raymond.
That actually sounds pretty good, Sherry.
It does.
What a Japanese alcohol spirit. Sake's actually meant to be really good, by the way. You actually ever had any? I've not, because I've never drunk. Raymond.
Had a little bit when I was in Thailand.
I've always been a bourbon drinker, so, it is what it is. I live in Kentucky. What else am I supposed to drink?
Fried chicken.
Huh?
Kentucky chicken is actually quite nice, I'm gonna look as if we're looking.
All right, that's the end of the show, everybody. You all have a good night.
Yeah, it's been a good night tonight. I mean, we like to have a laugh, and that's why we're called Bald and Bonkers. I mean, it's good to have a relaxing night like this, Christ knows what we're going to be doing tomorrow night, because we're meant to be having a guy coming on to talk about the moon, but sometimes folk can't make it and stuff like that. So we're just going to have to talk about Dakota and his visitations from beyond.
We can't discuss the things that go on this show, man. Well, YouTube will take us down. We just got monetized, man.
I know we just get monetized, but YouTube lately have been taking all our views.
Well, let's just say, as a single man and I'm not going to be dumb if a woman who looks like she could be the half sister of Kate Upton and Angelina Jolie walks in my room and says she wants to have sex.
See, this is the thing, Raymond. Right? This is the thing. I totally believe that Dakota has got this in space, right? But I think it's doing some type of weird mind meld on him. So see when it spawns and when it visits space, it's actually a 10 tentacle with 5 eyeballs looking at him. You know.
Now who's been watching hentai?
You just admitted it earlier, so.
Well, I will admit I do watch a lot of shit on TV. I will admit that. It's amazing the amount of shit that's on TV. You know,
yeah.
Chris likes there's something. I'm not even going to change that. I'm not even going to change that because it's you know it's like you know
because they can't deny it.
I can't deny it. Well, that's that. It's come out now. You know, it's come out now. You know.
Oh, when did this turn into a porn addicts anonymous?
Well, it's what Dakota's into take. I mean, the strange things that he tells us is into, it would blow your mind, you know.
The last thing I'm into is a Scottish man messaging me in the middle of the night with weird, sweet nothings. My God.
I mean, that's terrible, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think, you know? See, it's...
Okay, now you respond to that, Drew? My God. And I thought he was the slow one.
No, you didn't. You said...
Velma, not Thelma.
That's Velma thing.
Velma.
What are we doing over here?
He's rambling on about Scooby-Doo jokes earlier.
No, my brother Drew there. Whatever you do, never mention the movie Fury or the movie Convoy, and they'll just talk about that all night.
Oh God, we should probably end the show now.
Yeah. That's what's great. I would like to say thank you, Raymond. I hope you'll maybe come back one night. When we're having a Halloween special, Raymond should come back on. We could dress him up.
No, I'll bring out some glasses so I'll look like this.
I have to take my glasses off and I'll come as Dakota. And Dakota can look for glasses and he can come as me.
Dude, I've come on the show with glasses.
Yeah.
I just grabbed like a $5 pair of readers that looked close to his frames and just came on one night.
That's great.
Well, I think it's been an awesome night, and I would like to thank Raymond.
Really
and this has probably been an experience for Raymond. He's probably thinking to say, "Oh my God, they two are raving lunatics. They're absolutely raving mad."
And that's why I like you guys.
See? And we like you too. And we like you too. You've got to have a bit of fun now and again. So are we doing anything, Dakota, out of curiosity for Halloween?
I don't know. Are we? We do have most we got. I know is that we got Brian coming for show off his stuff from Bobby Mackey's. So
that'll be interesting. Maybe we could get him maybe to style some hair live in air. There is a thought for you, Raymond. Global Ghost Hunt live. Brian does a hairdressing show. What do you think of that? Paranormal hairdresser.
I mean, throw it out to him. That'd be great.
I think it'd be awesome. I think it would be awesome. You know. I'm only joking, Brian. Don't send me any messages, Brian.
I'm not joking. He knows it.
I think. See, he keeps changing my name, ladies and gentlemen. This is the craziness. I think Raymond is eventually going to understand what I'm saying. He's probably sitting there thinking, what is this guy talking about? I can't understand a single word that he's saying.
Oh, I can understand perfectly.
Can you?
That's
the alcohol there. That's the alcohol. It's helping you convey.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's actually been proven if you have a hard time with someone's accent, start making fun of it, even in your head, it'll help you understand it quicker.
Hey.
Actually, there's been studies done on that, so...
Hey.
If it's in constellation, I got Brian in the middle of Bobby Mackey's until the spirits start making fun of his accent because he's from Canada.
Eh?
Yeah.
Mike!
Mike! Oh, now there. Oh, popped on to say, hey, there's an awesome guy. There's Mike, the naked Bigfoot.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him on here.
Aye, Mike is an awesome guy, you know. Raymond, you should go up into the mountains with Mike. He'll look after you.
With a big pink rubber.
I'm telling you, it would be an experience that you wouldn't be able to walk away from. Mike is awesome. Mike is absolutely awesome, and I hope you're doing well, Mike.
Well, Dakota, I'm glad you were monetized for a little bit, but I'm sure YouTube's getting ready to kick you off now.
Yeah, YouTube's
good job,
right.
Christina.
Yeah, that's why we're backed up on so many locations, so that way if they take one down, we have like 95 more ready to go.
I know.
There you go.
It doesn't really matter. And anyway, we're actually doing better on our podcast side than we do actually on here, so it doesn't really continue anyway, So it's been really good for you coming tonight, Raymond, and I hope you have an amazing day. We'll talk to you behind the scenes after Dakota plays the trailer, and it's an experience for everybody.
We have a new trailer. We have a new credit roll too.
Wait.
Prepare yourself.
It's like, Raymond, did you know that Chris is going to be in the new remake of The Shining?
For some people, solitude, isolation.
Be sure to visit baldandbonkers.net for all of our amazing projects and sneak peeks of what is to come.
Honestly, I must admit, Dakota, that video is awesome. It really is.
Thank you.
Thank you. He's done it again. Chris Humps Olden. Change that back.
Hey,
see, this is
if you're into older women, that's on you.
Well, honestly,
whatever floats your boat, my friend.
I'm that tired tonight. I don't give a fuck. So, but just see this, ladies and gentlemen out there in the podcast world, you don't know what it's like to have a co-host that changes your name. What's that? PWI Spiritual Investigators. Oh my God! Ha ha ha! Well, Sherry, you should have been here when he was talking about you. Behind the scenes, he was talking about you. She's going to message you now saying, "What was he saying? What were you saying about me?"
You hear about what he was saying. My God.
I know,
some of the profanities about the ladies that are in the chat right now. My goodness.
I know.
When we had this meeting, Chris, we cannot be...
I know. Raymond, honestly, I'm looking forward to the day that I meet you in person. Raymond. And honestly, I think it'll be a great night. I know when we go to.
For how much you go for fucking CBD, Raymond will start really looking like Shaggy.
What do you mean? Look, I'll admit, I tell you, I use a vape pen, and I put CBD oil in it. I admit it. But in my country, it's legal. In your country, I don't know. But in my country,
on the federal level, it's illegal, but at certain states have started to legalize it. It's weird. Basically, you can go to a dispensary in places where it's legal. You can buy it. You can't take it out of the bag. You can't take it out when you're in the car. You can only smoke it when you're at home. That's basically how it works.
It's CBD. You don't get high with it.
Well, CBD itself is technically not illegal.
It's weird. It's not get THC.
But it's like for like weed and shit. That's how it works. You can only smoke it in your own home.
Then whoever's on the Facebook side, look at the wee picture they put, the wee face. That looks like you, a wee yellow face, like in a big mouth and that, a bald head. Looks
what in the hell, jaundice? What?
What's that? Welcome everyone. Please share and enjoy the show.
That was Raymond that put that.
Oh, Raymond. That's terrible, Raymond. What's that? Well, catch Dakota asleep and paint his head like an
8-ball.
I don't think they big enough spray paint cans, to be purely honest with you, Raymond. I need to get 2.
So I'm the 8-ball, he's the cue ball?
Honestly, I think tonight's going to be awesome, guys. Well, we're going to be joined by Lewis tonight, but sadly Lewis is very tired because he's been working all day. Lewis, tired.
I guess we should also say we were supposed to have Moonblade on as well.
Yes.
But apparently yesterday was his birthday, so happy birthday, Aaron. You missed out on one hell of a show because tonight, in place of Lewis and Moonblade skipping out on us, Chris is going to demonstrate how to use an anal probe on himself.
Well,
Chris, take it away.
I would love to, ladies and gentlemen, but honestly, you can see by Dakota's face that he's used it too much. The actual problems you can have there. I think we should actually do a program on this subject. You know that
on anal probe.
Wait, I mean, let's face it. It's out there in the UFO community, right? It's out there in the UFO. Maybe Raymond. Raymond's into that kind of stuff. He like that kind of stuff.
I would imagine, based on what he was telling us last night, his little weird UFO drink kind of sounds like he had some.
It's his eyes. He couldn't walk right after it for about a week. Seemingly, he was telling us afterwards and stuff like that. But he said he really enjoyed it.
Aye. I don't know, man.
Ken. There's Ken there. He's
speaking of probing, Ken walks in the room.
There is a man that wants to experience an alien event is Ken.
Well, there was supposed to be a big UFO conference down in Orlando this weekend. Elena was actually one of the guest speakers. Fucking pissed me off.
You could have went. Would you not go for?
I had to pay for car repairs.
Oh,
trust me, there's a woman down there who wanted me to go.
That's what happens when you drive a car that's over 20 years old.
It's the only kind of car I could fit.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to donate to the channel, we're going to save up and buy Dakota a Humvee. You could drive about.
Whoa! I made the mistake of looking at some of Sherry's comments. She's getting awfully excited about the mention of anal probes.
Oh my God, we should not have mentioned that in front of Sherry. See, her
boyfriend's sitting aside taking notes, trying to keep evidence in case she ever goes to deny something.
See, the thing. Sherry has got a dirty mind, ladies and gentlemen. She really has.
She wanted us to open up a Bald and Bonkers sex shop.
I know, Sherry. That is just disgraceful. There you go. We can get Raymond. He could be a model for us.
Oh, look, Raymond has even dealt with the purple ladies himself.
But there you go. You don't know what you're missing when you don't get abducted by purple women. But,
wow.
Guys, we've got some amazing pictures tonight from Lewis to look at, and we're going to let you decide what you see in them. I wish he could come on because he is very tired, but Dakota's here, so he'll be able to tell us some stuff about the moon. What's this? Poor Sherry is getting it tonight. Better watch, boys. The veil is...
As I recall, you would need a hair sample in order to utilize most hexes. And sorry, ladies, but unfortunately, unless you're offering up a little bit of playtime, that's about it. Yeah, I went there.
Oh, God. Honestly, but Ken is the man to be abducted by aliens. They wouldn't be long bringing him back. That's what I'm going to say to that.
Yeah, they're either going to have one hell of a party or be desperate to send his ass back.
Oh my God! Can you imagine the ship breaks down halfway between Earth and Mars, and you're stuck with Ken? I don't think the AAA is going to help you there somehow. That's.
Wow.
What's that for Drew's paranoid? I was away today, ladies and gentlemen, to Moffat. Looking at Moffat Cemetery in Scotland. Check out the video on Ghost God Scotland. But it was the inventor of tarmac. I know that's kind of on But interesting. That's what his grave is. Very interesting. Check it out, guys. Good. I've got to give my channel a wee thing there, help things grow. But what are they all saying in the chat there, Dakota? What are they all saying?
I don't know. They're trying to fire back, and quite frankly, they don't have my expertise.
I think we've got some new people in the chat tonight, to be purely honest with you. Who have we got?
Well,
no, we've got a couple of new ones.
There's a couple off of the Facebook side I don't recognize, and in case these ladies have been here before, and I'm saying I don't recognize you, I'm sorry, but I deal with a lot of women. Wait.
Yeah. A lot of them are aliens, by the way. I would like to point that out. Big blobs with tentacles and one eye in the middle.
Sad thing is, after we first met Craig Campbell-Bassel, I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah. Well, Craig Campbell-Bassel is definitely an interesting fellow. I will say that now. Yeah, very interesting.
I know. Fellow. I got to get my ass down to Los Angeles.
I know. Just don't go when the big one goes. Take a wee bag with you and put a hammer, a chisel, and a bottle of water in it, just in case you get there's an earthquake or something. You chisel yourself.
There's always earthquakes.
Aye, but the big one's due, The big one is definitely due. There is somebody that's a member of actually Go Scotland. That's the team, and he's not been out yet. It's Scottish Outlooker. I said that with a a cool name. Scottish Outlooker.
You suck for narrator voices,
what do you mean?
Man.
Welcome.
What do you mean?
Give me your best one. Give me your best one for Scottish Outlooker then. Go.
Welcome. Scottish Outlooker.
I
realize I produced audiobooks, right?
I have heard a few of yours, huh? No?
Yeah, okay, now you just confirmed you're into dirty books.
Ladies and gentlemen. What's this? Oh, the poor captions are trying to follow what Chris are saying. Let's see how we can make a mess of the captions for Facebook. It'll collapse.
Facebook, YouTube. Oh my God. Anytime you go to mention bowls, bowls you eat out of, it makes it sound like you're talking about eating balls. But.
Talking about balls, right? I got a big bag of Uncle Joe's mint balls today. Big bag.
You want to know honestly what I'm wanting to do for a Halloween episode?
What's that?
Speaking of balls. I happen to see this thing online. I wish I saved it. Edible, realistic eyes and hearts.
I thought you were going to say balls.
There's those too, but
edible, realistic eyes.
Oh yeah, they're chocolate.
You want to eat chocolate eyes,
Yeah, made to look like legitimate. All those videos you see online is a cake. Yeah. I just want to start eating on it, make it look like I'm actually eating a dead person, or find like a bowl to drink out of.
The FBI's watching this, or any ETF, American agencies, please contact me. I can always put you in contact with Dakota where he stays.
Why would alcohol, tobacco, and firearms be watching me?
I don't know, but I just thought I'd throw that in there too. You never know, they might want to take you away. What's that Scottish Outlooker saying in the chat there? Brilliant.
He's like,
guys.
Him and Andrina are talking about doggy style.
I wonder how have noticed, right, when certain Scottish people talk in Facebook, the captions at the bottom can't really understand this. Hey, so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be looking at the moon. Hey.
Speaking of mooning,
Mike, the naked Bigfoot man in the woods.
Should we try to actually get into the topic for tonight? Because I think we might, if at the rate we keep going, we're going to see it hit like 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and realize, oh shit, we just BS the entire time.
Yeah. Very true. What's that? We have another Facebook user there. Is that YouTube? Stephen. Welcome.
Stephanie.
I know, Stephanie. Sorry. I blame my co-host here because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. But anyway, let's jump from that. Stephanie, I'll need to write that down somewhere. I'm awfully bad for mispronouncing people's names. Do you know what I'm awfully bad for? Is forgetting people's names.
Does
You
that
ever
mean
in one of those situations when you know somebody, but you don't know what they're called?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Uh-huh.
It took me like 6 months to actually remember the dude's name, just because I couldn't find an opening.
Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Right, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the moon. Wow.
Nothing. Nothing.
You should have seen Dakota when he came on the night, ladies and gentlemen. He was all depressed. He was like,
Who said I was depressed?
and I was like, what's wrong?
How do you know
Dakota?
I wasn't
and
just reading something?
What were you
focusing on something.
That's okay. That's okay. It gets bigger over time. You can get medication and stuff, so don't worry about it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you're talking about erectile dysfunction, and Sherry's going saying, yes, they're going in and out, in and out, in and out.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Lewis was going to be joining us tonight to talk about the moon. The moon's quite an interesting place. I mean, let's face it. It's meant to have the resources of gold and God knows what other resources are up there. But why do we not go up there and mine it? That's a question for you, Dakota. Why did we not go back to the moon and start mining it?
Because according to conspiracy, every time we tried to go back, they kicked us off.
Exactly. But think about it. If you think about it, there's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars worth stuff on that moon. Right? But we don't go. So we've actually got some amazing pictures, but would you like to show them the pictures?
Let's show some pictures, because there's some of these we got to get some discussion on, because...
Yep. Oh, well, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm getting the construction.
So what the fuck is this supposed to be?
I don't actually know, because he's not here to tell me. So it's the moon. But here's one. But I do find this interesting, right? Dakota thinks it's a hare, right? I don't think it is a hare. I think it's something else.
Well, if I had a more direct file, I could go in and take a look at it.
I mean, what's your thoughts, guys, in the chat? What's your thoughts on that? I mean, it's one of the right weird ones. It's like, if that was a hare, do you know? I mean, try and explain it, Dakota, for me being stupid and all that kind of stuff. Right, let me go.
All right. Honestly, the first thing that came to mind, it just looks like he may have like a hair on the lens. And I know Lewis has got cats, and there's some people already trying to shoot this down. But you got to realize, when the hair, and especially if it's certain colors, gets too close to the lens, it actually can reflect upon it. That's why they say you got to be careful with like camera straps or female investigators. If you ever see streaks of light pop up in photos, because this can cause the same effect. Even if you're taking moonshots, maybe it's just something you just didn't see until it was too late. It can happen. Trying to maintain some sort of level of skepticism here, because we don't want to fall for some stupid shit if somebody tries to pull a fast one over us.
Yeah.
Now, I could be wrong. It looks like it's the same photos without the pink circle. But like I said, if I had a direct source, I could probably go in, because actually, now that I'm actually paying attention, almost looks like there's a bit of a tower there.
I see. That's why I sat and looked at this the night when he sent it to me, right? And there is some weird stuff in this. It's not a hare. It isn't a hare.
Yeah.
It's something else. There's something else in this picture. I wish you were here, Lewis. I know you're sitting watching this right now.
Like I said, if I can get a more direct file source, because me trying to get a screen grab isn't going to produce the best response if I try to edit it right now.
I'll bring another one up and tell me your honest opinion about this. Now, this I find fascinating, because you've got the dark side of the moon, but it's light. But here's an interesting thing. Look at the top right-hand side. What do you see? Near the Beyond Bonkers logo. It's that thing for the last photo, isn't it?
Hold on. It's thought of something. I don't have that particular picture saved on my phone. Or my computer, rather.
Mm-hmm. I can send you them, no bother.
No, I just thought of something.
Now, there's somebody in the chat I've not seen for a very long time. Welcome, Doom Show Last Train Out. It's really good to see you, brother. It's really good. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's really good to see you. But it's... You see the top corner? It's like... It looks like the hair kind of one, right? But I'm not, it's no hair that. It's something else.
I still have it saved on here. Honestly, the way it kind of reflects... You remember a few episodes back, I showed you a picture where it almost kind of... There's some sort of weird light effect that almost looks like there's two... spotlights crossing each other, and all of a sudden there's a shape there.
Yep.
It looks like it's partially cloaked.
Yeah.
Kind of has the same effect now that I'm looking at it.
Well, below the Bald and Bonkers, is that what you're talking about? Below the Bald and Bonkers?
Yeah.
It's got that kind of long line. I mean, there's nothing below it and there's nothing above it.
Oh, not that the camera's picking up on.
Exactly.
Too much light in the foreground.
But do you find that in the middle? I mean, that's just freaky, that stuff. I mean, that's just like, what the hell is that? Because
that almost looks like the giant crab from Moana.
It is, doesn't it? That's weird, that. But you see how it's emitting its own light source? I mean, it's the dark side of the moon, or is that a reflection?
That looks more like it's reflecting off of something.
Right, here we go. Here's the next one, ladies and gentlemen. Right, I'm thinking the crater here, you can see something that's in the crater. But they're also... Right, how can I show you this? I don't know if you can't see my mouse. So, to the left-hand side, you've got like a kind of valley where it goes down at a kind of fine angle. It looks like there's a saucer floating. Can you see that?
I don't know.
See it? I mean, you've got...
I'm skeptical whenever somebody goes to try to show me these really zoomed up photos trying to say that there's something right there, because it distorts the image.
It distorts the image.
This is just my editor side coming out saying, "Why the fuck are you sending me shitty photos?"
Well, that's what you sent me, so I wished you were here, Lewis. But anyway, here's another one. We're back to the strange here.
See here, this is one actually shows a little bit more definition. Like I said, it looks like it's catching something right here. Funny, and I'll admit, sometimes there's been reports of this, and I may have seen it only on one occasion. But when the cloaking starts to kick in, sometimes you'll kind of get a visual effect that looks a lot like the Predator's camouflaging.
It doesn't look like that kind of effect. I will say that.
Yeah, something's there.
I'll see if I can get them to send you. I'll see if I can get me the originals so as I can send them to you, and so you can fiddle a bit with them.
Well, for fuck's sake, Liz, you can just add me. I don't bite hard.
Now, I don't really know what I'm looking at here, to be purely honest with you. What do you see?
Aside from the funky looking rock towards the top there.
It does look like a funky rock.
And then there kind of looks like a devil face. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll just jump on to the next one. This one's quite intriguing because it looks like there's something sitting in the crater. But as I say, it's a screenshot of a screen. Again.
Yeah, you can tell from the pixelation, it looks like he just held up his camera, pulled up the photo, and took a picture of the camera screen with his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Something you can do if you're in a rush, but that actually looks that it looks like he tried to sharpen the image but went too far.
Yeah.
Because you see where it has that kind of that maze look towards the bottom.
Yeah.
There's certain Photoshop effects you can do that would cause that effect if you use them too much.
Now, is it this one? This one's intriguing me. What's your thoughts?
Why? Because on the very left-hand side, it looks like there's a penis sticking out.
There you go. It's the what are the wee creatures that live in the moon? What are they called? Oh, you're
Peckerheads?
too young. No, you're too young to remember. British people in the chat, what were they called? They lived in the moon, 1960s. I'm too. Doesn't matter. Everybody's too young for that.
I'm
Showing
pretty
my
sure
age
about
there.
that.
You've got Sherry in the chat. Seen that? She's seen that. Sherry, control yourself,
Not Sherry.
Sherry.
Sherry's seeing the penis.
I'm just going to have a quick look at that. Doom Show last train out. Oh, history is a lie. Was that when we see that it all makes sense, sort of. Yeah, very true, Doom Show. Very, very true.
Now,
And
see
here,
the particular part that was
we're back to
interesting
the hair
on
again.
Yeah, it looks like that's the same photo circled.
But we've got some videos, and the guys will play this video about 3 or 4 times because it's quite long.
See,
right?
Like this one here.
Right.
The difference in coloration is what catches my attention.
It's plus the giant penis.
Me and my big mouth.
I could have helped myself. Like Sherry has got me for it too.
It could be an ET getting jiggy. Well, you know, they say the Pleiadians, they have the technology to create artificial birth, but they prefer the old-fashioned way.
Ken, I've just noticed something. Is it just me, right? What are those lines at the very bottom? Are they hairs? See them?
It looks like, yeah, that looks like something
or is
on
it a crack in the screen?
More like a hair on the screen.
Right.
You gotta remember, Lewis has cats.
You know what? He has dogs. He's got a dog.
Thought he had cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that does look like dog hair.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, here's some videos. The first video is the original, and then we've got one that's like a zoom up off it, which I find quite intriguing. I'll play that again in a minute. But what did you think of the one with the crater? It looks like the structure on it.
You should have utilized a screen share for those videos so we can actually pick it apart better. I'll bring this down.
Right, so this one's a better one, right? That's interesting, isn't it? That video.
It does kind of look like there's some docking stations for craft.
Yeah. It's just too weird, that one. I mean, you can clearly see the stuff on the ground. You can see the saucers.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing. Do you think we will ever go back to the moon? Obviously, Bald and Bonkers is going to the moon soon. Isn't that true?
Mm-hmm.
The time capsule or whatever that is, you know. But you would think with all the resources it's meant to be up there, the gold, the titanium, the liquid water that's frozen, right? It's the perfect place to build a base to launch ships towards Mars, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why are they not going to need it? Why? Because every time they go there, I think they're told to get off it.
There's actually old tapes that have been dug up by hackers from manned moon missions saying that we're not alone up here. Something's watching us. Yeah.
See, there's Doom Show in the chat. He knows quite a lot about this kind of stuff. I mean, the moon... Do you know there's actually in the history books that the moon didn't exist at a certain point in time?
There's all the indigenous tribes that talk about the moon suddenly appearing in the sky one day, yeah.
Yeah. So, was it artificially put here? Yeah, I think it was. I definitely think it's hollow. I definitely think there's something inside the moon. And the reason I say that is, what ship was it that launched back at it and it rung like a bell? What was his name?
But no, it was the rover. NASA messed up the fucking calculations for it. And instead of, this is what happened, why they try to enforce utilizing the metric system whenever you do international missions like this. This is actually the main reason. Is because the calculations were done in feet, but they were programmed into meters. So the rover essentially tried jumping down, launching down 3 times further than it was supposed to.
I think
if something wasn't hollow, it wouldn't ring like it did.
I think it was put here for 3 reasons. 1, it's getting used as a base, right? 2, it controls the tides of the Earth for a reason. It's controlling the climates of the world. Think about it. I mean, they say without the moon, the Earth would be less habitable, right? So maybe the intelligent beings, whoever they are, when they came, maybe thought, let's put a base up there. They'll think that these stupid monkeys, that's us, by the way, because at that time we were kind of chimps and stuff like that before they started manipulating with us. We'll just think it's a moon, eventually. But then we got intelligent enough to go up there, and then we were sent packing again.
Now, quite frankly, given our history, would you want us to be anywhere off of our own little world until we figure out our own shit?
I mean, what do you guys in the chat think? What's your opinions in the chat about the moon? It's got so many secrets, especially the dark side of the moon. And not just for Pink Floyd. I had to add that there. I'm a Pink Floyd fan. There's so many buildings that have been spied on the dark side of the moon. You know? What? I mean, seriously, would you want us humans getting off this world and start colonising space, colonising the planets? The way we are right now.
Until we got our shit together. This actually brings up a couple points. First off, if anybody wants to have a good little read on this type of stuff, I honestly do recommend it. I know Chris is going to make fun of me the second I say something.
No, I'm not going to say it. I will promise not to say a word.
And because he's been begging me to get her back on the show because he loves her accent. But Elena Denon, she published a new book. She's in Orlando right now. She's probably a little jet lagged. She released a new book that details her insights from supposedly Enki and all of these beings that were involved in the early genetic manipulation of mankind. They talk about the moon, everything like that. Honestly, I give it a read, but Doom Show's talking about destroy the moon now. You don't want to do that. The good ones are up there right now. The ones we want helping us out. But there's another, her name is she's a medium. Her name is Elizabeth April. She published a book called You're Not Dying, You're Just Waking Up. Basically, if you think you're a starseed and you're starting to go through a transition, honestly, pick up this book because she does a pretty good job of trying to walk you through that process. Both her and Elena both mentioned that the human race is actually a combination of several different species throughout the galaxy. Elizabeth April claims that this was an experiment as a peace treaty. Because if all these humans with all their different colors, different genetic backgrounds, all the different cultures, histories, if they can pull their heads out of their asses, this is not what she said, but I'm sure she would agree with me. She ain't afraid to use that type of language. Yeah. If we humans can pull our heads out of our asses Sit down and actually talk to one another. Not get obsessed over social media status. Oh, this person's popular, that person. That doesn't matter. If we can actually get together, sit down and talk, and figure shit out, working together,
yeah,
that will completely offset the tides of what's been going on in the universe.
I mean, that is quite interesting. I think you're right, Dakota. I think that's what maybe it is a big experiment. You think about all the other planets that are meant to be in the solar system, and you notice only each planet has a different race. So this is a kind of mix and match race, and if this works out, who knows where humankind will be in 1,000 years from now?
I will say that this. You made a bit of a joke about possibly blowing up a planet in your past alien life.
Yeah. Oh well, I wouldn't worry about that.
No, I'm just hold on just a sec. They say there may have been at one point, this is acknowledged by mainstream science, that in the space between Mars and Jupiter, where the asteroid belt is, the reason why that particular belt is so thick is because many of those asteroids are actually remnants of a destroyed planet, something that Elena gets into. There used to be an Anunnaki colony right there that completely got decimated.
Are you talking about Planet X?
No.
So
not
what is Planet X?
Planet X
come in anything?
Planet X. First off, Nibiru, Planet X, it's not what people think.
No.
Planet X is supposed to be something that's farther off than the orbit of Pluto. And yes, there is mathematical calculations that suggest the reason why the solar system behaves the way it does is because there may be a planet outside of where we can physically see. And in fact, the little star app I use to help keep track of satellites and all that whenever I'm watching for stuff, it even takes into account where they think it might be.
See, I find it very interesting what Doom Show, the last train out, said. We are an experiment in time, a circle. This has happened before many times. Can we break the cycle? I mean, how many civilizations have been on the Earth? What is it, 6 or 7? They reckon we're the 7th civilization.
In theory, yes.
Where does it end? Do we wipe ourselves out in nuclear war and then another civilization comes along?
I believe Jeff Goldblum puts it perfectly in Jurassic Park. Life always finds a way.
Yeah.
I'm just putting this link up for the platforms that don't exactly get the descriptions or the chat.
Yeah.
So that way they can check it out. And like I said on the last show, we are an Amazon affiliate, so we do get a small commission, but it doesn't affect the price. So that's legal bounds.
You say about destroying the moon, right? Let's think about this, right? Destroy the moon. If the moon is solid rock and is just a moon, right? You blow that up, right? There's going to be chunks of moon headed towards the Earth the size of the United States, right? Which would kill everybody, right? But then, if there's artificial intelligence on that, or there's alien life on that inside it, say there's, like, hypothetically, just go with me here, say there's cities inside it, right? Our weapons are not going to do nothing to them. They've got to do nothing to them, because they'll stop it. They'll not let us do that.
I mean, just think about it. And there's stories of a particular spot in Russia and spots all over here on Earth.
Yeah.
That are speculated by some to be some sort of hidden asteroid defense system.
Yeah.
To basically shoot anything that would be life-threatening away off course so it won't hit the planet. Who's to say that if ETs are involved with the moon, they don't got something up there just like it?
Look, these extraterrestrials are highly advanced. Our top fighters can't even catch them. There's been cases where aircraft or top fighters, the most sophisticated jets ever built, have fired at them and their rounds have went right through them. Right? And then they've whizzed away. Right? So what's to say, right, hypothetically, we make it to space, right? And we start towards Earth, It was towards the moon, sorry. And we fire missiles at the moon. Right? What's to stop them launching a couple of their UFOs, blowing them up? Or putting some kind of field out like a shield and they instantly all explode. Yeah. I mean, I think the moon's here for another reason too. I mean, you think about it, look at the spiritual people. See the moon, they get like energy for the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's maybe part of the human program, the moon? Maybe it helps? Because I've noticed I've seen like a full moon, people act weird. A supermoon, people act weird.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's there for a reason. Yes, it's to make the climate better for us humans. 2, it's a base for them to stay on. And 3, it's maybe giving energy to life forms on Earth. You know? But we'll never know until we go back. As the Chinese, are they not going back?
They've been back.
Did they ever release anything? Or they were quite quiet about what they released?
Right.
You know?
There was some speculation that they may have caught images of what looked like a dome on the moon. Now, the official statement that came out is just a big, funky-looking rock. But they also say Oumuamua, the long cigar-shaped asteroid, was cloaked UFO. Even Elena said that it was cloaked to look like a weird-looking asteroid.
I agree, because there's so much weirdness with that Oumuamua. When it was leaving our system, it sped up. How? How did it speed up?
It doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit. It slowed down in our solar system. It came past, it went round, it started to go, it was slow, and then all of a sudden it started to get really fast and disappeared.
I mean, there's been certain cases where they would utilize the orbits of the gravitational pulls of the planet to essentially, slingshot craft in order to try to get it into deeper space.
Yes.
But it's supposed to gain momentum when that happens.
Yes.
It's not supposed to slow down. It may look like it's slowing down if we're watching it, but in reality, it's actually speeding up a hell of a lot.
What have we got there for Scottish Outlook, Dakota?
Those full moons, blood moons may be an exercise and part of the experiments, and that energy is part of the experiment we are on.
Very interesting. We have Doom Show last train out. What's this? Just bring it up, actually. The missing up there, it's a laboratory. We are not free until it goes. Oumuamua was an alien satellite. They found us. To be purely honest with Doom Show, I think
they didn't find us. They've been known.
They've known about us for a long time. I think unless it was a different type of alien species that didn't know about us.
Yeah. Here's another thing with comments like Doom Show just made. We're treating like this vast universe is all these beings are one singular party. That invites so much bias and ignorance to where if they wanted to attack us, they'll have a million different ways we would have barely dreamed of to take us out if they wanted to. There's declassified documents saying they don't want to start a fight, but they will if we try.
We're too primitive, and that's what people think. Oh, I've got the new iPhone 15 or 16. You know what I mean? We're primitive. Right? And that's what it's to say about it. We're primitive. Good God, But it makes you wonder. I mean, you think of the patents that the US military released for starships.
Mm-hmm.
The secret space program.
Like I said, we could do a whole another show about that because, once again, I made this clear. At least here in the U.S., and I imagine in the U.K. too, if you're going to file a patent for something, you got to show it fucking works in the first place.
Yeah.
Now, of course, pay someone under the table, ignoring stuff like that happening, which happens. But
I will say this. If there is another war, Third World War, I do think the technology we've got that we've not shown will totally destroy the enemy. Will totally destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
But the extraterrestrials that are looking after this planet, and let's face it, they are looking after this planet, they're not happy that we're polluting. Let's face it, because we do pollute, plastic in particular. And nuclear weapons, that's a big no-no with them. Mm-hmm. And I honestly think they're waiting for us to give them up. Do you know that?
Maybe.
Yeah. And a lot of people say, the aliens are going to come and invade and take us away and probe us and do terrible things to us and kill us and stuff like that. Look, aliens have been here for a while. If they wanted to kill us all, we would be dead long ago.
It's like, again, and this is one thing I'm trying to stress. Our notions are inviting so much damn bias. We're failing the fucking experiment if that's the case.
There's
just because something looks different.
There is Scottish Outlook saying that. Now that is very interesting. Dakota, you know more than this, don't you?
There have been eyes from the other side on the situation in Ukraine, but do be careful because once again, times of war are going to bring out all the new toys. Yes. 1, 2. I can verify this with my law enforcement contacts. There is actually a bombing range not too far from where I live. And there's been times where they run drills. When they go to do this, the military is supposed to put out, press releases towards, media outlets for them to report it so people don't start spamming, oh my God, we're getting bombed, blah, 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 blah. Okay, news agency here, one of the main ones down in my area, fucking sucks. They released that press release 2 days late. And I can verify with my law enforcement contacts that there have been calls put in about people swearing up and down that they see the military fighting off an alien invasion at that bombing range.
See,
it goes a step further. There's one more step. There also happens to be a hot springs that's closing down soon, unfortunately. That's within eyeshot of said bombing range. You could go down there, have a nice swim, and watch as what looks like spinning lights. Oh.
Block. There we go.
Block.
There we go.
You see, they go to block UFOs, but YouTube won't block the fucking porn bots.
I know. That's when you know that you're getting it there, though. When all the bots start coming along.
They also try to tag up, low active profiles, so that way it gets, so no one takes them down and they can flag people for viruses.
Yeah, but see, that's YouTube. We've been getting thousands of views, and then they take them all off us.
Yep, and it's not just us. I mean, Christina's been getting it. Elena, she's seen some hits, but nowhere near as bad because that woman could practically start a cult. And I say this with love. With love.
Oh,
I got nothing but respect.
You know what he says. You know what he says, Elena. You know what he says.
Elena, my old commanding officer.
But honestly, I get a laugh with the bots that come on. I've been in big channels where they got maybe 200 people in the chat, and the amount of bots that comes in is ridiculous. I mean, it's you think YouTube would? I mean, YouTube takes our views, but lets them do what they want.
Well, I mean, think about it. There's certain OnlyFans creators who come out and fully admitted to getting their accounts restored across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, because they slept with the moderators.
That's terrible.
I'm serious. They came out and said it.
It's not just that, it's not, we're monetized, right, guys? We're monetized. The wee thing down the bottom if you want to put a donation in or anything like that, right? But YouTube takes half of that. Well, it takes 3/4 there, which is ridiculous. Get what I mean?
And YouTube views get paid like children in sweatshops in China.
Yeah. It's a shame, you know, it really is. I'm just reading the chat, the new guys. Was that the Living History Mysteries? Yeah, they accidentally came in the wrong room. Oh.
They were looking for the Desperate for a Date room. Try My Sisters, number 1.
There you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to announce tonight that Bald & Bonkers is going into the dating agency. Dakota here's going to line you up
Coast to Coast done it.
I know.
Why the fuck not?
We call it Paranormal Alien Date. Do you want to be beamed up, took away to a distant world?
No. That
honestly,
that's just lame. That's
just
a lame name.
If everybody wants to go to a different world,
there's too much. Too much. No. We'll call it Probe Me.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That is good. Yeah. Yeah. There
you
go.
Me.
Sherry.
Supernatural
Sherry's
dating
in
service.
There you go, Sherry in the room. She's in for that. There you go, Sherry. You in for that?
Cheesy.
Oh.
You got to remember, there's a delay between when we see the chat and what actually goes out. So she's calling yours cheesy and mine, what the fuck?
Yeah. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you like that idea and you want a hot date or probed, contact Dakota and see if he can make it happen for you. You know?
Sherry's going to be in charge of that.
Aye, we've got to make Sherry in charge of that, ladies and gentlemen. She is going to be in charge of the dating side of things. You know, I think that's fair, you know. She can also guide you to the online store, if you're into that kind of stuff. There you go. I bet she's
Sherry,
laughing.
Sherry, like I said, there is a supplier we can put together, hook you up with, so you can sell off your sex toys.
But be thankful this is an over 18 rated show. It should be an over 50-year-old show. This, you know, I honestly don't know. Sometimes,
over 50? Well, then what the hell am I doing here?
I don't know. You'd be kind of like kid version. I would have to. I'm not over 50 either, so I wouldn't be allowed to. It'd just be an empty room, like wind howling. You know. Send the email. Oh my god. Oh my god. You see,
a pimp.
See, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Join Boiled and Bonkers and you get to meet Sherry. What more could you possibly want?
Rudy's probably having an aneurysm right now.
He's probably rolling about the flare, grabbing his arm and his chest.
Either that or taking notes, again.
He's probably looking up. See, US version, Probe Me. Oh, here it's here, Boiled and Bonkers. What? You look.
Wow.
It's a Sunday night. I know. It's a Sunday night. You've got to have a laugh, ladies and gentlemen. I'll probe anyone. Oh, fuck.
I think we should probably start looking into offering up therapy services as well.
Yeah, we could get some. There's some people in the chat that could do the therapy. Drew's Paranormal Vlog. We could get her in for the therapy. We'll get like a leather chair. And like a book and a pen to write things down. You know?
Hopefully that she'll actually have writing because people can hardly understand her.
You know? It's all set. There you go. A dating agency and counselling at the same time. What more could you possibly want? Look, guys, you've all got to have a laugh on a Sunday, you know?
This almost feels wrong to say, considering I can hear the sermon from the Catholic Church next door earlier.
Really? There you go. You could also weddings. You know the priest next door. You could do an online weddings. You know, slap him a couple of dollars.
Do you know there is actually a long distance marriage service?
Oh my God! There you go. There you go. If Doom Show's still here, Doom Show. We've got a Catholic church next door, man. We're fine if you want, like Blessed or anything like that. He's your man.
Oh, dear God, Sherry, what the hell?
What is it? What is it? What's Sherry put now? I'm not. What's that? I'm not that one.
No, not that one.
What do you? Oh.
Sherry just admitted she's a dominatrix.
We also offer that too, ladies and gentlemen, for a small fee. Please contact Dakota.
Jesus, there's going to be some weird-ass emails after this.
See if there's anybody out there that want to send any weird, strange emails, or just visit Dakota on Twitter. Twitter's the place to be. He will answer you back, and he'll look at every picture possible.
I actually did set something up, for this type of situation. I'm being serious here. Yeah, I'm just looking through to get the link
David
right now.
Hope, welcome. What do you think? Is somebody in the chat on Facebook?
All right. Here's the link. If you want to send all weird, unsolicited sexual messages, feel free to use this link.
That's probably me or something. That's just sending that to me. If I get any strange messages now, I'm going to send them straight to Sherry. I'm going to make Sherry my receptionist.
Oh dear Lord, this is going so off.
But it's
Lewis, Moonblade, this is what happens when you leave us without a guest.
I'm blaming Moonblade here. I think it's Moonblade's fault. I'm blaming
he's
this.
The birthday boy. Let's blame him.
That's what age was he, by the way?
I don't know, like 45, 46, somewhere in there.
46? Was it no 79? No.
You missed opportunity for, not saying 69, but
honestly, if you've got any if there's any ladies out there that's single in your 90s or 80s, this young man here is single, and contact me and I'll put you in line for him. I can have a wee talk with him. And get him to contact you back.
What have I done?
What exactly? See, I might get all the mad messages and strange things now, but he's going to get even more. So what's on this week? Is there any UFO shows? Is the Smith Family Paranormal doing any shows this week?
I don't know. Are they fucking awake so they can actually, share with the rest of the class? You're trying to get them some better numbers? What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, what do we have coming up? I should really have like a digital calendar thing set up so I can just look and go, oh yeah, we have.
Yeah.
All right. We have. Let me pull up the right fucking account. No, not my dominatrix email. What the hell?
Well, you don't tell Sherry that. She'll be emailing you just shortly.
Sweet Jesus. What do we have? We have Lisa.
Yes.
Lisa and her friend. What was her friend's name?
What was her friend's name? She was a pet psychic. The pet psychic is coming on.
Yeah, the Dr. Doolittle lady is coming back.
Yes. I want to hear about my dead goldfish. It's only been dead 26 years.
Oh, dear Lord. Then on the 30th, that will probably count as our Halloween special, as we have Brian J. Laverty talking about his hunt at Bobby Mackey's. Where Raymond was there with him, they should probably come on together.
Here's the thing, Brian. He's a hairstylist. I did not know that, and I'm still in shock yet. We should get some hair tips from him. Obviously, not for us too, because we're completely fucking bald. But for the ladies in there, we should get. Brian, if you're watching this, man, if you're watching this now, why don't you put out that video how to do the perfect hairstyle in a paranormal situation?
Yeah, just shave your head.
They tried to act, but they lost what they're
innocent, but they lost their handcuffs. And, oh my dear Lord!
I'm not even mentioning that what she said, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just stopping at handcuffs. Did you know that those used to be a headache remedy?
What, handcuffs?
No, the other thing.
Really?
Those were invented to help with. I don't know.
How in God's name was that?
Probably from trauma, from it being shoved up there. Oh, no, my headache's gone. Leave me alone.
I mean, seriously. Oh, my God. How did God...
I mean, I would understand constipation, but...
I could make constipation worse with it though.
You know.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go. I hope everybody has a fantastic week anyway, you know. If not, we'll be banned and we'll be off of YouTube and we'll be on the podcast by then.
Well, you know, if we get banned on YouTube, remember we do have the backup YouTube account. We're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, we're on Trovo, we're on DLive, we're on Facebook, we're on, Pornhub. No, wait, I'm kidding.
Yes. Oh, dear. Honestly, I just don't know. Sometimes I just do not know. It shouldn't be allowed out, ladies and gentlemen. It should not be allowed out.
Why do you think I work night shift? Minimal exposure to normal people.
I'm the same. I don't like being around people. I'm kind of strange that way, you know. I really am.
Oh yeah, I got that thing with Lisa tomorrow.
What thing with Lisa?
She's invited me with for her class.
Oh, what's that? Is it like you got to be doing aerobics or something like that?
No, talking spooky stories and all that. And yes,
stories.
Andrina, there's a lot of things y'all don't know about me.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of worried, ladies and gentlemen, the stories that he's been telling lately, you know. But there you go. I think it's been a fantastic night tonight, and we should do these shows more often, you know. Can you imagine if we had Sherry and Drew up at the same time? I mean, that would just be madness.
Thank God I just screen grabbed that where you froze right there. Your mouth was like.
What was like that? That kind of thing.
Yeah, it kind of looks like you wanted that moon rock up your. Just kidding.
Well, the moon rock's worth a lot of money. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've all had a fantastic night, but I am absolutely very tired tonight after my ghost hunting. Well, it wasn't really ghost hunting, wandering around a big graveyard in the rain, really, you know. But was that your kind of cool look there, you know? PWI Spiritual Investigators. See, I can do a cool voice there. You got to fight back when with these guys. Defo as you're a lad. What? They make us work hard. Well, Dakota, Dakota's the fairest boss you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He lets everybody do what they want. Really, you know?
Pretty much, yeah.
We'll have to call him God and stuff like that, and we have to bow to him at the meetings and stuff like that. You know? But it's just these things you have to do.
My God.
Yeah. Well, Stephanie, there you go. I didn't butcher your name. Good night to you. Good night, Scottish Outlooker. Good night, Sherry. Good night, Drew. Good night, Living History. Good night, everyone. Good night, John Boy. There you go. I hope you all have a fantastic week. And Sherry's new agency and shop will be open soon. Contact.
Make sure, Christmas is coming up, so instead of wasting your money on Sherry stuff, be sure to visit baldandmonkershop.com and give us some merch to help us out. There's plenty of cool stuff on there. We are actually a Marvel affiliate now as well.
Ooh. I don't know why I did that. I sounded like Frankie Howard there.
I was about to say, that was a bad Yoda. What the hell?
Interesting that is.
My God.
What?
Oh, Lordy. We should probably end this before we go even
further
off the rails.
Gentlemen.
Okay.
See you all next week.
Sleep tight, oh man. Don't let the bed bugs bite,
Right. And if they do, cuddle up tight and send them to Dakota tomorrow night.
Don't give me that shit. My sister already caused that problem.
There you go.
Be sure to visit baldandbonkers.net for all of our amazing projects and sneak peeks of what is to come.
trust that we know what we say. It is the reason we have no hair. Welcome to the Bob and Bonker Show.
Earth to Lisa. Earth to Lisa.
Yeah.
Can we hear you, Lisa? Son of a...
It's not working. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having so many technical problems tonight that you would not believe. I'm having them. Lisa's can't speak. Well, she can't speak, but she just can't hear. You know? And Dakota, can you hear us?
I don't know what to say with what's going on. Lisa couldn't get in.
I can hear that.
The murder in the back. Whoa! Hey!
Whoa! We heard
I'm
you.
going to mute my mic. Right, wait a minute. I think if I mute my mic, Lisa can
Yes.
speak.
Lisa?
Got it?
Yes.
I'm not touching nothing. I'm not touching nothing.
Okay. I'm going to need you to put your hands at 10 and 2. 10 and 2.
Hands behind your head.
What in the world? Okay.
My God.
I'm not touching nothing.
Okay, don't touch anything. 10 and 2. Stay.
Yeah.
All right.
Stay
Let's
vigilant.
do something.
Right. Dakota.
We didn't even have this many
Introduce
issues when we
yourself,
have UFO
yeah.
guests on tonight, you know?
I'm telling you, it's terrible. You know? I'm going to share this out because of all the problems we've had, ladies and gentlemen. But tonight, we are joined by Lisa Fry.
Ooh.
And Ali, what's that? Rose Brook?
Yep,
Tonight,
Rose Brock.
They've had Rose Brock. They've had communication problems and God knows strange things. But I blame the Ruskies.
The Ruskies.
Oh, don't get started into that, man. They're already shutting people down for using the war in shit shows.
I'm pretty sure that's why we're not allowed to talk on this app.
I'm starting to
We've
wonder,
already said
we don't
too
even
much.
get this many issues when we're talking UFOs and stuff and actually have stuff happen.
I know. That's what it is. They just don't want us. They just don't want us talking, you know. And I think that's the problem.
We've said too much.
That's it.
Someone starts knocking on the door. Be alarmed.
Wait a minute. How come you guys can see private comments? How do I? Oh, here we go. So excited.
You know what I find very interesting is Allie last time had the worst time, right? She's had no problem.
Well, you can't see my face, so let's just take.
Well, that's true.
We're give and taking. Okay, they're allowing me to speak.
A talking
so
horse.
That's the important part.
Right.
You're talking horse, Chris? Is that what you just said?
A talking horse. We'll get a picture of their horse. Get a picture of their horse.
That horse has a lot to say some days.
Yes, he does. He's
I
very
bet he
vocal,
does.
isn't he?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing.
He thinks he's
that's
very
the thing.
special.
Horses. How intelligent would you say horses actually are?
What was that?
How intelligent.
Smart.
I maybe need to put on my universal translator. His name's Dakota. How intelligent are horses?
Depends on which one you get.
Just like a human.
Yeah. Yes.
Really?
Some are very perceptive, and their knowledge is based off assumptions, and some actually have real life knowledge.
Oh, Lord, Christine,
I do
don't
like-
worry.
I
We
like
were having a
people-
bunch of technical issues before the show, and we were trying to get them all sorted out before we came live, and you don't know what happened.
I will say this: horses love mints.
Yes,
Horses
they
do
do.
love mint.
I feed them
Yes.
mints.
Yes. Horses do love mint.
I'm having weird technical problems. It's like everything's really slow for me, and like the chat's not working for me, which is weird.
Are
That's
you
that.
sure it's just not
It's all
operator
happening.
error, Chris?
It's no operator error. Well, maybe 99% it is, but I'm telling you, it's the Ruskies.
My volume is really, really, really low. And I'm terrified to touch anything to turn it up. I don't even know how to turn it up. So
Can you not do that
here.
manually? Can we get into the settings and fiddle with it?
No, don't fiddle with nothing.
I've been trying to fiddle with it to help from my end to get her to where we can actually hear her, but.
Well, on my end, I can see and hear Lisa fine. I can see and hear Chris fine, or Dakota fine, and Chris is all pixelated. So I can't even read your lips.
Chris is looking a little pixelated, Mr. Fiber Optic connection.
No, but see, this is the thing. I'm coming, I can see myself in 1080p because of my new webcam. But Dakota, for me, is all pixelated. I'm telling you, it's the Rusties.
And if Ali was showing our camera, she would probably look pixelated too.
He's hard on those Russians today.
I know. I'm blaming them for everything. It's their fault. I don't care.
Okay.
But ladies and gentlemen, tonight I hope you've maybe got questions in the chat to talk about pets that have passed away to the other side.
And Chris, now you have Russians sending death threats. You now have Russians sending death threats.
God, Allie!
They're taking him out and shutting the door. Okay.
Oh my God.
That job.
I think this is what I could do in Infinite.
Sorry about you guys' eardrums.
There you go, Chris. There's, in the chat, they can see everybody clearly. That's weird, that. I'm telling you for the first time. It's the first
seen it when Elena was on that I had to start typing messages because for some reason this was killing mics between me and her, but she could talk to you just fine. Figures leave it to the idiot.
Okay.
But here's the thing, right?
Here we go.
I'll be fine. Let's go. Right.
Take it away.
I've lost what I was going to say. I was going to have a load of questions all memorised, but now I can't remember any.
Now you know how I feel.
So let's talk about mediumship way animals, because your internet was breaking up the last time. What is it you actually do? How do you communicate with them, Ali? With animals?
Oh boy, that's kind of a loaded question. Some animals they come across with physical voices. Some information is you intuitively just know things. I was working with somebody that kind of asked me the same questions. They're like, I think I might be able to do this. And I was like, okay, well, some of them are pictures. Some of them are intuitive things that, why would I know this? If it didn't pertain to me, why would I know this? And some have voices. But I would say probably 80% is that I just know things, that I'm just given information, instinctual information that wouldn't pertain to anything else other than that specific energy.
Right. Dakota, would you like to? Oh,
so how often are the animals trying to reveal something dirty?
There's times that there can be dirty laundry aired. A lot of times it comes from horses that want to kind of spill the tea on their owners, or dogs that can't seem to get their point across. Very rarely does a cat divulge anything. A cat's more meticulous.
Really? You think cats would be the gossip ones?
You would think so. But they have their own way of using that information.
Man's best friend throwing you under the bus at the first chance.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I'm going to look at my dog a different way. When I go downstairs tonight, I'm going to look at my dog Jessie. She's going to look at me with her two big ears up, you know.
A lot of times, in the beginning of my readings, I do tell people, don't ask me questions you really don't want the answers to. Because, you know, a lot of times, you don't want the answers. They are honest. And if you relay the messages incorrectly, sometimes that energy connection, that communication connection will break away. It will kind of get very difficult. I'll be like pulling strings and straws almost to try to get information. So I have to be very careful how I communicate the information back to somebody.
That's
they'll
quite
tell
interesting. That.
Yes, and if I'm not communicating it correctly, and they say no, that's not what I meant, I definitely have to say, okay, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I misunderstood, because again, if I'm not relaying the message, which is essentially, in my opinion, a gift, if I'm not going to do the gift justice, then it becomes a very staticky, unclear conversation at that point.
Here's an interesting question. I was just thinking about this, right? I don't know where it came from. It's just popped into my head. See how you get humans that wait when they die, they wait and their loved ones coming over, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is not what you think I'm going to say. Like, see humans that are maybe lost, they've died, right? But they're maybe a lost soul. Does a cat or a dog or a horse go and try and bring them to the light?
I don't know per se that I've dealt with anything like that. I have encountered deceased pets that will imply that they're waiting.
Right.
That, and not just that they're waiting, but they're waiting to recognize. Does that make sense? They're waiting to recognize that energy again. So, I would, with the intent of waiting, I believe that they probably could recognize that energy and say, hey, come on. I do know, that I did a dog with a lady that got seriously ill very quickly, and was in the nursing home, and she passed, and that dog immediately then passed. So I would say that there's definitely, that connection for sure, that they can bond with.
It's like there's a human that's died and they're a lost soul. They don't know they're dead. They don't know what they're doing. They're just stuck in that type of place. And Lisa will know what I'm talking about. It's like a lost soul that's human. It doesn't even know they're dead, right? But say that person had a dog that outlived that person. Eventually, that dog dies. It's like, does that dog go and help that person try and find the way out, to try and find the door out, to take maybe the human to the afterlife?
Yeah.
Do they act as a guide? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I would. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go.
No, go ahead.
No, when you go. No.
I mean, but that's they're part of our soul family. Believe it or not, even pets are part of our connection. They're part of our learning process. And so when you have a pet that either passes before or directly after, or even a little bit after somebody passes, they hang around. Have you ever, Chris? How many dogs have you had?
I think I had Tess, Jess, and then I had my brother's dog Tanya, and now I've got Jess. I've got 4. I've got one that's living right now.
So when you go for your walks, do you feel your dog's with you?
See, that's the weird thing. That's so strange, that, because when my last dog died, I would walk past her grave, and I would always feel like she was with me. It was weird. It was as if they were there.
Yeah.
And then I got a new dog.
And they come across, because they're always with us. They go in the loop with us on the soul circle. So in the next life, they may be a parakeet. Who knows? But they are always coming in and out of our lives. So you may be going for a walk. Like I've gone for a walk. I was very specifically in St. Louis. I was doing this. I was going for a walk with my dog, and he was not well. He was very, very sick. You'd never know it, but we would go for a walk, and by 20 minutes into the walk, I was walking with like 5 other Great Danes. And I didn't see them, but I knew they were there. And I know that they come in and out all the time. They're always checking on us. So the same thing happens when someone passes over. They're like, look, they're there. Let's help them. So they're always around. Always around. It's really interesting.
Yeah. I find it interesting. I mean, my first dog that died, she was called Tess. She was a full-bred border collie. But my second dog I was awfully attached to. Her name was Jess. And when she died, I will say this, I was broken-hearted. I was broken-hearted when she died. And my mum and dad got another collie for me. That's Jessie. And I don't know, it's weird. Sometimes I feel like she comes to the house. It's one of these things that I know I've got a spirit that lives in the house with me. I know what his name is. His name's Robert, because I've seen him a few times. But it's weird because sometimes I feel like something walks past me, and you know it's low down, it's no high up, like a human spirit is. It's like, because it brushes past your legs, and you're like, what was that? And you look, and there's nothing there, and the door's shut. And you're looking around about, and it's weird. It says that, and that has only happened to me maybe a couple of times when I've been not well. I've had the presence come into my room. It's as if it lies on the bed, but only when I'm not well, which I find strange.
They do have a sense of that. I mean, they're like I said, they're never too far away.
No.
Yeah.
Just had something like that happen this weekend. One of our older cats, he wasn't exactly handling us moving house too well, and stopped eating for quite some time. He then just one night, all of a sudden, he was just having a real bad rattle. You know, anytime he moved, he was shaking pretty bad. You know, clock was counting down. So I took off to go to work. I came back, came off of work. All of a sudden, I noticed this cat's dead brother is laying on the front doorstep, and I was like,
"Aw,
fuck."
Aww.
And like 5 hours later, I found the alive brother in the litter box, not moving.
Aw.
Oh my.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Who wants to go in a litter box?
Well, Shadow went into the shower and passed. And we looked all over the house for Shadow because Shadow didn't go in the shower. He would not go in the shower and to take a bath. And we found Shadow in the shower. So that was weird. You know, so.
That's a weird thing you should say that, because my last dog, Jess, and I've noticed this, I've had friends with dogs that have died. Do you find that why do they want to go away and go out the house? And mine went out the house and she went into the woods at the back and died in there. They want to get away from you before they die. It's weird.
That is a multiple part answer. Some of them, because Lisa and I have talked about this before, and I've wondered myself, when that energy becomes super unbalanced, a lot of animals try to, like indoor animals will try to get outside and ground. They want to find that grounding.
For privacy.
Yes. You know, like when a dog or any animal is going to have a seizure, they get clingy or they get very hidey, distant. Same type of reaction when that energy becomes super unbalanced. They seek something to balance that. So maybe coming to their owner, we already have a high vibration. They need a lower vibration. Their energy is shifting and unstable, so they need something that's very calming. So a lot of animals will try to go find that earthly balance. And some are drawn out. Some are drawn to areas. So there's many answers for that. But the most common is that animal is aware that there is something happening. Not quite sure what's going on with their energy, but they know that they have to get somewhere calm. They know that they have to be able to release, so to speak. They just don't know that they're releasing themselves.
That's very interesting you say that. Because I've noticed I've had friends that their dogs have died and their dogs have left the house and they've went into the garden and they've had a hunt in the shed or they've had a hunt in the garage and then just died. And you'd think, you'd think they would want to be with the family, but then again, it's how they want to go, isn't it? What's that? Christina Day, what's that? I've been told they don't want to see their human in grief. I mean,
you can relate this to humans as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you absolutely can relate this to humans as well, because how often do you hear of a person waiting to pass away until people leave the room?
That's true.
You know, we think about it as Reiki. When we use Reiki, we can change vibration, right? Mm-hmm. So if a soul has to be able to study their vibration, often it's after all those people are out of the room and they're not praying. They're not praying over them. They're holding that vibration steady. So again, once we kind of just try to take those deep breaths and we try to calm ourselves, we don't realize when we're grounding and we're trying to steady ourselves, we are releasing ourselves.
Right.
Yep.
What can you? What other can
you?
What? What's that? No, I was just going to say, what other kind of things do animals tell you? Do they tell you about other spirits that they see running about you?
They very, very rarely, when you talk with another animal, does it want to talk about another one, deceased or alive. They're very excited that they even get to speak. Not speak. They're excited that they get to be heard and understood. They're talking all the time. Trust me. My brain is just fried most days. But a lot of times they're so excited that they are being heard that they don't talk too much about others.
Right.
And a lot of them don't just spill the beans, so to speak. If we start asking questions about their life and what goes on in their life and, paint me a picture of things, then they'll start divulging some more intimate information. But a lot of times when we talk to them, we have point blank questions, right? Like we want to know, how do you like your change in your food? How do you like your new brother or sister? Are you okay if we move? Why are you peeing on the floor? So a lot of times we have very specific questions, and it's not an open canvas for them to talk. And believe it or not, if you give the open canvas, a lot of times they don't take it because they don't. Right. They're not as verbal as we are. So when we are like, okay, well, don't they have a lot to say?
They're more emotional. Less.
Yeah. Yes. We're sitting here talking. We have cell phones where we have our lives revolve around communication, where those animals do not. They're more seeking affirmation and laying on your lap, so they get pet and things like that. So they're, like Elisa said, they're a lot more emotional, touchy feely versus finding ways to communicate all the time.
Gotcha.
It's quite interesting that Christine Day there. I think she's a hospice nurse, so she'll see that all the time. She's a hospice nurse in Australia, and I have noticed that because my grandfather, he died when there was nobody there. It was like he waited till his daughter left the room before he died, which is
Bill did that. He did that as well. He waited until all the men left the room and then let go. I think it's just a comfort thing, They need to have some peace to let things happen.
Yeah.
So,
Dakota?
Interesting.
Well, to try to shift this into the more fun area, we try to keep the shows on.
We'll be crying shortly.
No. Yeah. It's supposed to be a therapy session.
I mean,
we're on the morbid side. It's fine.
But I mean, people wonder about these things, right? Why do they wander off? Because it hurts our feelings.
Yeah.
No.
But it's not about us. But anyways, Dakota, take it away.
I was going to say, have you ever come across a situation where an animal would start describing things that are a bit more on the unusual side? Like they're seeing something happen that perhaps their humans aren't seeing, if you catch my drift. I don't know.
Yes. Okay. So are you asking, can animals see other spirit activity?
Yes, but I was going somewhere in that area. I'm not sure.
I think Dakota means can a cow or a horse out in the field see a UFO flying over and it tells you.
Same area.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. If we point blank ask, did you? Okay, so this is kind of one of those lingering questions. Is what don't we see? So,
right.
So if that is I'm going to butcher this a little bit, but just go with me.
It's Halloween, you're okay.
Right. If that is a flight pattern per se, okay. If that is a reoccurrence to them, but it's not to us, when we pose the question, do you see anything strange or unnatural or not normal? It might be normal for them. So to ask the question is very is very direct. So I kind of use an image, okay? I use an image of the best that we can acknowledge, right? And I pass that image, and we go with yes and no questions. Do you see things above your head often? Do you have encounters other than your owners? Do other people visit? If they're not people, like, what is your interaction? What happens? And it's not directly alien related, but I have this friend on Facebook who is adamant that her place is not being visited by spirit, but I'm here to tell you right now, all the video footage she puts up, I'm like, there's no way that can't be. So I went to the horses and I'm like, what do you guys see? And that's kind of when I realized that it was more of how my perception was wrong. Because how they described the spirits was, well, they just do chores all night. They're constantly doing chores. Like, nobody stops doing chores. So, right. So it's not that they perceive things differently. They're not like, oh, that's a ghost, because that's only our perception, right? That's not their perception. So they see energy, and why not? They're natural healers. So they don't think of it as alarming, because that energy is not bothering them. So if we were to go and ask about, per se, aliens or something like that, we would have to be very direct with what we're asking. And then, you know how when you shake your magic 8-ball and it gives you the wrong answer and you're like, how am I going to rephrase that? And you shake it again until you get the right answer. That's kind of how you would have to approach that with an animal.
Yeah. It's interesting, that, isn't it?
Makes you wonder what would happen if we take someone like Allie to a cattle mutilation site.
That's what I was just going to say.
All fun and games until the aliens land.
I would love it. I have been researching these things, and I can look at it and be like, no, and yes. And there are some that I'm like, that is not, that was not polite. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is a different energy. There is so a different energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Both of you. Did you just yawn? What?
She's going to set me off.
I don't know.
You've done it to me. You've set me off. And you've probably set loads of folk off in the chat. But can you imagine what that must be like for the cattle that's witnessed cattle mutilation?
The other cows watching?
Yeah. That would be interesting to talk to maybe another, one that was there and get their perception of things. That may be a very interesting twist on our perception of how things go.
Somebody call Skinwalker Ranch.
We're trying. We're trying.
I don't try, but I will try.
That's an animal communicator for this.
I mean, that's an interesting thing about the cows.
There.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a hard hat, by the way. Nobody's frying my brain.
That's called a tinfoil hat, not a hard hat.
Oh, yeah. You need to get a tinfoil hat. You definitely need to get a tinfoil hat. You stop the EMF waves or whatever they're called. But here's the thing, I've always wondered, what do cows think of humans? Because you see them on the fields. Do they know that they're cattle? That they are there for food or milk?
Not unless I go out to the barn and tell them. No.
You don't tell them, do you?
You know that episode on Babe where they just take the mom away and everyone assumes that they're going to a better place? Some of those have that perception. They're like, we just go to a better place.
Sausage party.
Yeah.
No,
don't.
God. So I have to say, I live at a feedlot. Okay, so we have about 300 to 350 head at a time, and some of those will go and become milk cows, and some of them will become our McDonald's. And when we're working them, sometimes I tell her that she's going to be my McDonald's and she's not going to get a prosperous life. But based on the epigenetics of some of those animals, they are wired to just produce. Kind of like racehorses. A lot of racehorses I talk to, the greatest privilege they can have is to be a mom.
Aww.
That is why they race. Okay? They race not to go fast, but to prove that they are good enough to be a mom.
Aww. Look, I got goosebumps on that. And it's because of the PMU babies and the nursing babies. You know, you're just like,
right, yeah.
Aww.
So when you're talking to food production animals, and this is a long rabbit hole, but you go into the epigenetics, that's all they know. That their purpose and their will to live is to be productive.
Good.
But they don't know what that means. But they know.
So do you think they're in a cycle? They know they're in a cycle where it's just like an ever-ending cycle to be born, death. Like what I'm saying is they know that is their purpose, to be
Correct.
food for humans.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
As long as Allie tells them.
Put me off my Sunday dinner.
Yeah. There's some that I get really mad at, and I'm like, I can't wait to go to
Allie.
McDonald's and get you.
Allie.
And then
you ever been kicked by a cow, though, you guys?
Right, yes.
I've been kicked by a horse.
And then there's some like my pet Flower, who I have saved from the industry, and she's my pet now. So why I have chosen her, I don't think I did. I think she chose me. So there she goes. She has new purpose.
Allie.
What?
I've known you for 15 years now.
I know.
You guys don't understand. That's different. That's like a huge difference for her, because normally she's like,
I did.
She's a farmer. I mean, she's a farmer, and they're like, Moving on. That's unusual. She must be special.
She is. I even gave her a bale of my horse hay yesterday.
Ooh.
I know. It's a big deal. It is a
you guys
big
are
deal.
like, what the heck?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
See, I'm going to say, when I sit down to a steak now, I'm going to think, oh, that could have been a cow. That was a cow. That pear thing.
But they're okay with it. I mean, they really are produced for purpose. They really are.
This is okay. I thought we were going on to like.
Yeah, I thought we were doing funnies, and we're still on deck.
I know, right? I tell you what.
She never knows what's going to happen.
Right, I tell you what, Ali, can I ask you a question? Can you sense any pets from either Dakota or Lisa or me in either the spirit world or the living world that have got a message for us?
Yeah, which one of you had a bird?
I did.
I had a budgie once.
Oh.
No, you.
That was years ago.
Personally, no, but.
What does it look like, Allie?
It's a smaller bird. It's not that big, nasty thing.
Okay.
Does anybody have a small bird?
He had a budgie, which is a parakeet.
That's years ago. That's like maybe, my God, that's about 30 years ago. More.
Do you hear things in your ear? Like, do you get these weird itches or flutters?
I get bloody healthy itchy ears, but I blame that on listening to too loud 60s rock music.
I don't think so. I think that it's almost like an itch or like a sensation where you touch your ear.
Aye.
And it only comes when you second guess yourself.
That's interesting. Right. There you go.
So now he's going to pay attention to it, right? He's going to be like, oh, my ear again. But it's almost like she comes up and like just tickles the ear or flaps close to it just to give you a breeze.
All I can remember is the bird. It died when it was quite young, but I used to get annoyed by it because it makes so much blooming noise. And we didn't have it for long before it was given away to another place because it was quite noisy. It was actually given to somebody with an aviary that kept other birds, so it'd be happy, it could fly about and stuff like that, and day with birds day. But no, that's quite interesting because I do get itchy ears now and again. But I just thought it was down to my other headphones that I wear because I listen to a lot of music.
Are you not cleaning your headphones?
They're noise cancelling ones. I mean, I don't know. They're quite new.
Well, here's an interesting question. Can humans be reincarnated into animals?
Yes. Most definitely. Let me rephrase this. It's a soul circle. So if that animal or that person it's a soul circle. So if you can recognize that back in an animal, absolutely. Now I have spoken with animals that have presented past lives as humans. So that's why I can confidently say yes. I had a Civil War soldier. This has been a couple of years ago, and I don't even remember. I think he might have been in a cat. Lisa, do you remember? I think you and I did this one together, maybe.
This tickles a memory on me, but you know me, I don't remember what happened 5 minutes ago.
It was an older lady. She was very down and out. It was a black cat. I don't remember. But anyways, he was a Civil War soldier. And he spoke of his life as a soldier, which was, yes. And it was not pleasant. And so there was a lot of affirmations. He was getting ready to pass. There was a lot of affirmations of appreciation. Maybe he didn't really understand his life as a cat, but he was like, well, it's way better than, being on the battlefield. And a lot of these conversations are so channeled that I don't retain the information, but I do remember that cat was a Civil War soldier in he spoke in images, and to tell you what those images were horrific. So the affirmation of how pleasant his life had been as a cat versus a human was very interesting.
Do you think that was done by design for respite, like a break from human existence? Because it's really hard. I mean, human existence is hard. But do you think that the soul makes that decision on the other side for a breather, rather than totally abstaining from coming back immediately, kind of thing?
So it's sent into a cat as a reincarnation psychiatric ward?
For that particular soul, yes. I mean, we could go totally Sabrina the Teenage Witch and say that, some people are brought back as cats as punishment for bad deeds, but that would be a complete what? You've never seen Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
No.
What is wrong with you?
So can that be the other way around? Can a animal spirit come as a human spirit?
Well, I don't work a lot with humans, but I would absolutely say if it can go one way, it can go the other.
I think Dakota was a raccoon in a previous life.
Yeah, Lisa, have you had anything in your past lives?
Not that I pick up right off the gate. And I very rarely remember doing people's readings for them, so I mean I can't even fish from that pool. But
I don't remember any readings you saying you were an animal.
If I had a past life as an animal, I would think it would probably be like an alligator or something really grouchy. I don't think it would be.
I would definitely have been an owl. The turn and burn stare that I can admit is real.
Oh Lord, you guys don't even know.
Oh, God.
The resting bitch face on this woman is epic.
I wonder what kind of animal Dakota was. If you were an animal, Dakota, what would you be?
If I would come as an animal.
I don't think I want to answer that question.
Dakota.
What?
Come on, Dakota.
There's stuff I've been working on for past life stuff that, let's just say, I recall things getting decapitated, but
hey, you could have.
I love the look on Lisa's face. Like, what?
You could have been an octopus or something.
What were you doing?
I was holding its head.
You were holding it?
I was holding its head because it was trying to attack some kids, and we flew off into something, and it just ripped it off.
So you were Bigfoot. You were.
I don't know. I'm about the size of one. Yes.
Wait a minute. No, go back to this. You were okay. We're saying that if you were an animal.
I was not saying an animal. I was just saying I've been doing some past life stuff, and there's thanks, Mom. That's my mother.
Oh, hi, Shannon. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Shannon. Let me bring her up.
Stop hitting on my mom.
I'm just saying hello, Shannon. I
God.
Say that. Yeah, no, he's Ed can know him,
Oh my gosh. It's interesting though. It's an interesting conversation. And you have to wonder if you're pulled towards the type of animal energy that you might have encountered in a past life, like you are pulled to maybe a location from a past life as well. So you have to wonder about that. These people have favorite animals.
Our dog trainers, the really prolific ones, are they dog trainers because they understand the psyche of the dog? Sure. I'm not a horse trainer anymore because I don't want to understand the psyche of that animal.
Because they're real assholes.
What would you? Here's a question. What would you say was the most difficult animal you've ever read?
The goldfish.
Goldfish?
Goldfish?
Goldfish? Really?
You know what? He's also probably been not only the hardest one to read, but probably the one that I was most horrified to read. I don't speak goldfish.
What did the witness?
What the?
What did that goldfish do to other goldfish?
Mm-hmm.
He was not a nice goldfish. He just was not. He and to be honest, I was like, wait, you want me to what? And so I got in my head that I couldn't talk. But energy's energy, right? So, he was not a nice goldfish. He would flap other goldfish. He would bump them out of food. He's not a nice goldfish. And so the question,
at each other.
Yeah, the question really was, does he want his own tank? I remember this conversation. I remember this question, and truthfully, this lady paid me to talk to her goldfish just to ask if he needed to be in a different enclosure. It wasn't, I'm going to get rid of this goldfish. It was, I want him to be happy, so what can I do? And he
strange.
Yeah, I mean, energy's energy, right? So it all communicates. But he wanted specifically him and another fish to be put back together, and then they were fine.
I get it. I mean, I just transported 2 goldfish in a bait bucket across the country.
I was terrified you were going to ask me how they were doing. When I seen the picture, I didn't even comment because I was like, please don't don't ask me to speak again.
I will say this. I had a goldfish that lived till it was 15. I mean, 15 years old.
Wow.
But which is, I know. We won it at a kind of shows. You know how you get like state fairs, and we won it at a fair.
Yeah.
And it lived for years at the run tank, and it lived for years. But one day it jumped out, and I picked it up, and it was nearly dead, and I put it back in. And ever since that day, ever since I saved it that day, every time I walked into the house, it would come straight up to the tank to see me, as if it recognised me, because I saved its life. But it's weird what you say about how they get things stuck in their mouth, because it used to like pick up the gravel. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why it did it. It would like move gravel about the bottom of the tank. And there was one day it like nearly swallowed a huge bit of gravel. I had to sit for ages and try and poke it out of its mouth. But I always wondered about fish and that. I mean, fish, where did they go? That's an interesting, or is that just a cycle of life for fish? Because you get obviously trawlers.
The great fish fall in the sky.
Aye.
Yeah, I think they just go back into the soul circle. The soul, what I mean, the cauldron of energy. I don't know where they go.
I miss Fred. His name was Fred. Every time I walked into the kitchen, there he was, at the end of his wee bowl, waiting on me. You know? But it's animals are very strange. I mean, what would you say was the funniest animal you've ever encountered that's told you the most strangest thing? Oh, come on.
Well, I don't remember a lot of our conversations. But I will tell you probably the most memorable, or one of the most memorable, was somebody that was trying to feel me out and see if I was real. And so, I mean, when you're working with somebody that doesn't believe that you can obtain information, I was working on a horse of hers, and this horse was very shut down. So I was really struggling. I was mentally struggling because I knew the questions she was asking were direct.
Allie.
The fish are coming for revenge.
Still there?
We're here.
Oh, okay. You are back. Am I back?
You're
back. You're back.
Okay, but they're not.
Yeah. Who?
The guys. Oh, you are back. Okay.
Right with you.
Okay. So I was doing this reading again, and she was, kind of trying to call me out on things, and through my hallway walks this horse, and I thought, why are you in my room? And so I stopped her and I said, I'm sorry. I said, I have a horse standing in my living room. It's gray. It's about 16'2" hands. It's almost to my ceiling. Does he belong to you? And she immediately went dead silent. And I was like, hello? Hello? And she's like, yes, he just passed last week. And I said, he has messages for you. And that horse, I couldn't get him to shut up. And it's funny, to this day. Yeah, to this day, he's still, I can call on him and work with him. If I'm having a problem, I can call on that energy and he comes to me. And it's really cool.
That is cool. This is something that I've always wondered, and it's animals. What about animals that have witnessed a crime?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's something that I wanted to ask you the last time, but I forgot to ask you. And what happens if, like, say, someone breaks into a house and murders their family, but the cat's there or the dog's there, and they survive, or they witness something? Do you think that animal could help solve the crime for who did it?
Absolutely.
Right.
But that will get a little sketchy. You would definitely want to keep it at yes and no questions.
Right.
Because you don't want a lot of perception in it. You would want very definitive answers. But absolutely. I mean, they witness everything daily. So, I mean, I could ask, if there's a dog around Lisa, I can say, what temperature is Lisa at? Is she spicy today? Is she sad? Like, where are we at? And that dog could answer that for sure. They can definitely give answers to those things.
That's quite interesting, because it would make you wonder, because you think about all the police out there that have went to like a murder location in a house, mm-hmm. right? And say the man and woman, they've been murdered, but the cat's still there and it's alive. Or the dog's still there and it's still alive. It makes you wonder if you could maybe pick up on who the murderer looked like. So as the police could go, right, we're looking for like a black car, we're looking for maybe somebody that looks with a scar on their face or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be no different than a medium doing mediumship for a deceased in a homicide. It really wouldn't be any different, no.
Very true.
It's very interesting, because I've heard of that. I've got friends that are police officers, and they've been to like crimes like that, and they've like, the cat was left without an owner, we had to take it to the pound and stuff like that. And it makes me wonder, it says, I bet you that cat witnessed what happened.
Sure. Yeah. The problem will be getting people to believe us.
That's true.
The cat said that it was in the library with the candlestick.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, Allie, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can you check in on Gus?
Why do you ask? Because I was drawn to him 2 weeks ago. Why do you ask?
It just kind of stomped on me a little bit while we're doing this, that Gus needs to check in. So while she's doing that, you guys, Gus is a stallion that we used to own, and actually how we met Allie. She trained him to ride. Really nice horse, and he had some peculiarities. He did not like to breed mares that had any kind of defect. Like he's a snob, and he's not a stallion anymore. But we had this mare that had a limp, and you should have seen us trying to we had an extra stallion and an extra mare there, and we had to tease them with opposite animals, and then slide a mare up in front of it. Was a circus. He was very picky, but he ended up doing something totally different with his life. And I hope he's okay because it's unusual that I would be like, hey.
So I did pick up major life changes, and I don't know what that means.
What
age was he? What age was he?
He was, I don't know, how old was he when I had him? 8, 9?
8 or 9. He'll be, what, 17 this year? 18?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
How long can a horse live?
I mean, they're in their 30s.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have one that's 28.
No.
That's quite interesting.
That cruise.
Dakota, do you have any questions to ask about pets or anything? You might have.
He's doing on one.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
When are we going to Skinwalker, Dakota?
I would love to do that, but considering last time we had Lisa on, everybody was vouching for wanting to sacrifice Chris, so we go to Dracula's Castle.
Hey.
So.
But think of the angle. Think of the angle. We have an animal communicator that wants to talk to animals that have been witness in the pasture to mutilation. Let's see what we can pick. Oh, there's an angle there. There's an angle.
I want to talk to the animal mutilation specialist that they brought in. I was so drawn to her.
Oh, I missed that.
What? They had a specialist come in.
Girl, I have drama here. We don't know. I've been busy.
Okay, well, it's on like Netflix or whatever I watched it on. Don't do it again.
Okay, I'll watch it. God.
It makes you wonder that if the cattle will be like, oh yeah, we see the aliens, they come down in their spaceship every day and they take some of our friends away and we've never seen them again.
But again,
they're like,
we have to be careful with
yeah.
Right. We have to be careful with the verbiage because what we associate as an alien, they could associate as normal behavior.
Very true.
Or God. Not to take it into a weird area. But they could be thinking of that as being, a whole different thing. They could think it's something totally different than we do.
Absolutely.
Makes you wonder what would happen if they ever said they saw pigs fly.
I would be on here going, guys, we have pigs flying.
Is it true that pigs are intelligent, really intelligent?
Yes, they are. They I mean you can't obviously compare their intelligence to us equally, but they are very intelligent, yes. They're very empathetic. They're very emotional creatures.
Mm-hmm. Then they, if you're ever caught lying around them.
They're good at judging character. Yes, if you suck, they will eat you.
Wait a minute, you feel guilty about bacon.
So there you go. I'm not going to eat beef and I'm off pulled pork.
They are living for purpose. That is what their epigenetics are wired to do.
Everybody in the chat now is not going to buy any beef or ham products now from McDonald's. Okay, that's what it's going to be.
And they're going to treat their fish much nicer too.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, my goldfish, I used to dip my finger in the water and it would come up and it would nibble the end of my finger. But what I used to do at Christmas, I used to dip it into a wee bit of whiskey. And then it come up and it would lap at the whiskey. I think that's what kept it living.
You'd be surprised.
It did because they fun. It didn't they go in circles? It used to just keep bouncing off its fake castle under the water.
Oh my gosh!
Driving fish. Wow.
I know, but that's the thing. I mean, animals are really strange. I mean, my collie, my dog Jessie, she's a strange collie. She's like 1 minute she's really happy, and the next minute she's like really depressed. It's weird. It's like can dogs get depressed?
Yeah, and they can also overload on energy. So if she is depressed, take her outside.
Right.
Get her in the grass. Yeah.
Yeah. She does that. She bounds about like an idiot. I've always wondered about her because she's just kind of weird. She's kind of the most weirdest border collie I've ever had. It's just the way she acts. It's strange.
Well, I got a cat that loves eggnog, so.
See, that's the thing. I can't get eggnog in this country, which I think's a disgrace. You know, and I'm blaming the Ruskies again for that.
And there's another death threat.
Wow.
And our live is now going to crumble.
Yeah. Well, it's because we're going to get shut down by the Ruskies, so.
Look, they've not been called the Ruskies for a long time, so I'll be absolutely fine. And if you are watching, Dakota's easier to get to, so just go visit him.
Do what?
If there's questions why to talk to him, you know, it's good. Dakota, because he's the owner of the Bald and Bunkers, so better taking it up with the main man.
You're closer to Russia than I am.
That's very true.
That's true.
That is true.
And you know, I think Russian women are very beautiful.
Really, they are, right? They have that beautiful dark hair. A lot of them have those really just wide. They're really beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you, talking about animals, and I'll tell you something new, which I have noticed, and I don't know if it's happening in the United States now, is there's not many birds here in Scotland. The birds have all been dying off because of bird flu.
Really?
Yes,
really?
And I've noticed there used to be lots of crows, and there's hardly any. And I was actually talking to the farmer about it, and he was actually saying that he's not seen hardly any crows. He's been finding them lying dead at the bottom of the trees.
Wow.
And seemingly some of them are taken away, and it's bird flu. Because in the UK there's a shortage of turkeys, because a lot of the farms are killing them all off because they've all got bird flu.
Bird flus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know just down to my parents, they just called 3 million birds, 3 million laying hens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow. So what is all doing for Halloween? Creatures, goblins, packing.
We're getting ready to go trick or treating.
Candy.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I am partaking, is just so I can stimulate the candy growth.
Yeah.
Well, I would make.
You gotta check it.
Yeah.
I would make as much
fun as possible. It's the parent pack, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta make sure it's safe.
I would have as much fun as possible, because soon the United States will run out of diesel, and you're going to have to use your horses to get about.
I've actually been seeing that around here.
I'm too lazy to saddle.
Me too. We can go bareback. I don't even know if I'd do that. I don't know if I want to deal with their attitudes most days.
No, look, I was in the pasture, and I'm like loving on the horses, and I'm like, you know, I'm a horse my whole life, and I'm looking at my horse, and he's cranky because he's lazy. Clem, she knows Clem, and he's lazy, and I look at him, and I'm like, I really should ride you, and he went, I don't think so. I went, I kind of agree.
Yeah.
We agreed to not.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like, okay.
I will admit, horses, I do like horses. I mean, you do make the mistake of feeding a horse and it'll follow you until it can't follow you no more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's ones up behind me in the farm behind me, and I'll give them some, like, Polar Mints, they're called, like, sugar candies, and I'll give them some, and I'll say, right, I'll be back for about 2 hours, so I'll go my walk with my dog, and I'll come back down there, but the horse will be standing waiting, as if it knows what I just said, and it'll be waiting, and you get more candies. But it's, I don't know. I love horses. I think they're beautiful animals. They really are. They really are.
They are.
So, Lisa, first, would you like to give out your website and tell everybody where they can go to your... Yeah.
Are you ready to tell your announcement that you spoke to me in air? No? All right.
No, I can't yet. I have to do it with my husband. I have to. Allie knows, though.
You tell me.
I know.
You know what it is, Chris. I told you.
All right.
Allie knows the announcement. I was supposed to Monday night, I was supposed to do a seance. And I'm here in Texas, and I don't have anybody to work the table with me. But I have somebody coming over to work the table. Well, she's coming over, and she's part of the My Mystical Life group. I'm going to see if she wants to work the table. So we might do a live Monday evening. So that might be fun. We'll see about that. I know. It's My Mystical Life, and I've been offline for months. So as of yesterday, it was a month since Bill passed away. It was a really, really hard. Actually, I've been offline for a month and a half. It's really hard to get back in the swing of things. So I'm trying to do that. So mymysticallife.com, we're getting a class on Monday is on sacred geometry and how it affects the body, mind, soul, all those things, and all that good stuff. That's me. And then we have a big secret, but we can't tell anybody.
Oh. I know. I'm horrible. I don't know why she told me I'm the worst secret keeper. Like if I
because
buy
I need you.
People, if I buy presents for people, I have to gift it immediately.
Allie's in on it. Allie's part of it.
Yeah. I was not aware of that part, but
does Allie?
She lives right by our house in Ohio.
Yes.
Does Allie have any links or anything that wants to be shared out, or any plugs she wants to plug?
Nope, I do everything off my personal Facebook page. So if you see my name down on that screen, that's exactly how you contact me on Facebook.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You know, well, I am
very easy to get a hold of.
Well, it's been an absolute. Thank you for coming on, Ali, and thank you for coming on, Lisa. Even though your computers might have 5 billion viruses, and you might have to fix it when you go off. But I'm telling you, you need to buy some internet. You need to buy some internet security, right? And maybe somehow they'll be able to fix it for you. You know.
It's a Mac.
So Dakota, do you not have an announcement? Do you not have an announcement there? Yes.
Oh yes.
Dakota's got an announcement.
So, some of you may know that outside of long before Chris and I even met, I've been involved with several companies, movie studios, all that fun stuff. Because we are trying to get a UFO-based documentary off the ground. I've been putting in some work to get a new partnership / we're officially shareholders of it now, but Bald and Bonkers is now starting to go into business investments. We are going to start partnering up with Legion M. They produce all sorts of fun movies. There's one coming up, what was its name? It's like Mr. Something in the Talking Mongoose. It's got Christopher Lloyd, Simon Pegg, Minnie Driver. Since it is a pet-based show, they are looking for pets to show in the movie, so there's an audition.
There you go.
Let me know. So, plus we also have a documentary with William Shatner coming out.
Oh
yeah.
I really like William.
Can I please talk to his horses?
Yeah, we've been trying to get him on the show because we have ulterior motives for this partnership. But yes, William Shatner is part of the investment board and is an advisor. And apparently it's just his year anniversary with us too now on that front. So
cool.
Yeah.
How exciting, you guys. Congratulations.
He rides a Palomino.
He does ride a Palomino.
That's right. William Shatner's right. Any horses, isn't he? He's right. I seen a program about that somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
I seen that. It was on TV. That's quite interesting. That is.
Congratulations, you guys.
Oh, thank you very much. What are you doing for Halloween? You dressing up?
Who?
Everybody. What you all doing? I'm asking everybody.
No.
Dakota's got to come as me. I just need to take the specs off. And I'll
I need to find out what I do. I do need to find where my glasses are because we do have somewhat of a Halloween episode coming tomorrow. Our friend Brian J. Laverty is going to be coming on to talk about his recent investigation into Bobby Mackey's music world.
Cool.
Yeah. And I would just like to thank Ali and Lisa for coming on. And we'll need to get you back sometime. And I would also like to thank the chat. Thank you very much for coming. And if you're new, please subscribe. And we'll catch you all tomorrow night. And Thank you so much. I'll talk to you behind the scenes, but catch you all later, dudes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Be sure to visit baldandbonkers.net for all of our amazing projects and sneak peeks of what is to come.
I must admit, every time it gets me, I forgot to turn my volume down. I should have, you know. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sunday night. We are joined by Brian himself. He's back again on this haunted, spooky night. You know, it's his favourite time of the year, isn't it, Brian?
Right Raymond, who's in the room. I guess there was something going out, the Face of Horrors or something like that. This is the Face of Horror. I think I should have put my face out there.
Well, that's scary.
We've actually got something planned, but it's for maybe later on in the show. We've got a little surprise for you, actually, Brian. So thanks to Dakota.
Raymond actually was involved in this when he was on the show with us, so.
Yeah.
Oh no. So what I will say
awesome.
about that intro, I like the intro, but I prefer the other one. I prefer the other one where it says, "Listen to these idiots" at the end.
I may be back after Halloween.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not something just for Halloween. You know?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
he froze.
He froze. It's the spirits.
Yeah, he froze, Dakota.
That's the spirits. It's Hallows Eve. Yeah. You know, that's that. They're coming to get us. The Bobby Mackey spirits have followed Brian back to his home. They're all around him, ready to get him. But just wait till you see what we have got planned tonight for Brian. And I think this show will go down.
Shut up, can you?
It's a present for him.
You're supposed to catch him completely off guard. Now he's aware.
Well,
my goodness.
He's ages to dig it up, you know.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is, so there you go. That's still a surprise. I like your background. I like your background today. And how do you guys feel about this?
What?
I'm saying Halloween is not a holiday.
I would like to hear your logic before we judge you deeply.
Give us a logic. Come on.
Yeah, I was in the Global Ghost Hunt chat the other day, and somebody brought up Halloween being a holiday, and I said Halloween is not a holiday. And then I was shut down pretty quickly, and I have to accept the fact that Halloween is a holiday, especially if you're a paranormal investigator. I just don't get it. Halloween wasn't a good thing, by the way.
Well, witches and goblins and ghosties.
On how it all started, it wasn't a good thing.
I know.
Yes.
But it's amazing how it's turned into a kind of fiasco today with candy and having loads of candy. And...
Okay, so I'll agree with what Sherry said. It's a special holiday. I will agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I was more of a fan of Devil's Night, to be honest.
Devil's Night? I've never heard of that one.
You've never heard of that?
I've never heard of Devil. Is that a Canadian thing?
No, I think it's a North American thing. I think they do
mostly Michigan.
Michigan? Yeah, Devil's Night is the night before Halloween.
That's the Americans are inventing something.
That's when you do pranks and stuff on people, like toilet papering their house on Devil's Night. That's what you do.
I didn't know
So
that.
I would never encourage this, but this is what we used to do. And so on our street, it's when I was doing this, there was no lights on the street. So
right.
This is probably actually really dangerous. So I can't believe that I'm actually going to admit that I was doing this. So obviously, Devil's Night being in the fall, right? The leaves are falling. So what we would do is we would rake front yard, take all those leaves and put them on the street.
Okay.
Right across the street.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah. And a couple times we would light them on fire.
Oh my God.
And people
young
so we
people
get
of
the
then.
gasoline. We get the gasoline, and when a car was coming down the street, we would boom set it on fire. And so that was our bad thing. I was a bad child.
The young kids of the 1930s. You wouldn't hear
1930s. Frig.
Oh, come on. I couldn't help.
You were only in your 40s back then, Chris, weren't you?
That was more like 1980s.
From this young one,
1980s.
You know.
I was doing that. Yes.
But just like that's terrible. Everybody in the chat, don't you be doing that? That's
no,
naughty.
I encourage that, but at the end of the day, it was quite funny at times.
Oh,
so
I even doing the road and all you can see is flames and smoke everywhere. I suppose that would.
Well,
be
it's almost like the exact same thing. You'd be, when it's winter. What us kids used to do is we would be between houses and we'd be throwing snowballs at the cars that were driving down the street, and then they'd stop and then we'd run and take off. It was a lot of fun.
God. Well, I used to build a snowman in the middle of the road.
There you go. See. I wasn't a very good child.
Bring out the little, water bead guns that they freeze the water beads before putting them into the gun and start shooting people. That's been an issue around here lately.
Well,
that's just what you come up with red splotches on your face.
Yeah. Oh, here's another one, and it's a famous one that we used to do as well. And, grab somebody's dog crap off their backyard or front lawn, and we put it in paper bags and put them in the front doorstep. And so and sometimes even set it on fire too, because if you set it on fire, then they're definitely going to stamp it out. Then they got crap all over the place.
Whereabouts in Canada was this? Just in case we've got any of your neighbours that have been watching, they've been wondering who did that for those years.
It's about 40 minutes outside of Toronto. I won't say the town because I don't want to get myself in trouble.
No problem. I'm sure there'll be your home.
I just admitted a lot of things there that I did as a child. I wasn't a good child.
Mad,
What's that?
I say we're kind of like therapists for the mad.
Well, we are in paranormal world.
Yeah.
I think we're all a little bit crazy.
So can I ask you something, Brian? Are you doing anything in Hallows Eve? Are you doing anything on Halloween tomorrow? What are you doing? Anything? You can round the doors?
Because I live in a condo building, the kids are not allowed upstairs. They put we all contribute and put the candy on the table, I guess, and in the security front area, and kids come in and take the candy there. I know the condo complex the other day, they did a Halloween party for the kids. So
that's good.
And it was sold out. That was good. So, but for me personally, probably not. I'm bringing out a new video this week. So I got to finish up editing it, and lo and behold, what the show's about today.
Yes. So without further ado, could you tell us all about Bobby Mackey's music world and your adventures there?
Well, let me start off by saying this. I'm going to, and this is funny. I said this on another show. Yeah. So me and Patty get there.
Right.
And first things first, I will say this. We were an hour late. Now, we left Tennessee to Kentucky, not realizing there's an hour time difference.
Okay.
So we did not know that. And so we were actually supposed to be there at 7. We got there, I think we got there about 8 o'clock, somewhere around 8 o'clock. So when I get out of the car, Raymond is by the front doors with Jeff, who is also there during the investigation. So I'm walking up, Raymond sees me, Patty's with me, and Raymond goes past Patty and hugs me. Which I thought was really funny. So Patty was going, what the hell? Are you ignoring me? So anyways, Bobby Mackey's, obviously I had heard so many different stories. I'd seen so many different videos on Bobby Mackey. So I was actually a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
On the drive there. Me and Patty both were a little bit nervous. But we started, on the way there, we started reading a lot of information about Bobby Mackey's. And that kind of twisted my thinking, meaning that there were a lot of different stories about Bobby Mackey's that I had heard and other people had heard. The stories were in these articles that I was reading, and it was never substantiated. It was never proven. Yeah. All these stories that you're hearing about Bobby Mackey's.
I mean, I've heard about the ones where there's meant to be as a corpse was thrown down the well.
Yeah, so that story is, I believe, and Raymond can correct me if I'm wrong, she was killed about 2.5 kilometers away from the bar. Now, to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
And what didn't make sense either is that her bones were brought back and thrown in the well. How is that possible?
I mean, it's not really a well if you think about it, because outside there's like a tunnel that leads to it. It's like
it's no longer there. It's no longer there.
Because it was a slaughterhouse. It was a slaughterhouse, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's where all the blood would flow. But why would you do that? Why would you not take it somewhere else? Why would you not dig a hole in the field somewhere?
We found, which unfortunately that was never proven.
Yeah.
So we started reading all these different things. So the head was supposedly thrown down the well. So we just started reading all these different things. And it started, for me personally, it started relaxing me, because at the end of a lot of these articles, nothing has ever been proven. Now, I think where, and I'd heard a lot about Gate to Hell.
Yeah, I have.
I'd heard a lot about that and a lot of different stories. And I honestly, truly believe that started by Mr. Faker himself.
No.
And I don't think I have to mention his name. There's been a lot of famous people that have gone through that place. Now, I will say something that's interesting, that Adam, who was with us not with us on this investigation, but was with us on Octagon Hall, he did capture an apparition downstairs.
Oh, right.
And it looks like a child.
Right.
Now, there is a story of a child that is connected to the basement for whatever the reason. Right. So, again, we walked in to Bobby Mackey's, and I walked in, I go, this is it? First thing I said, portal to hell. I'll be the first one to say it's not a portal to, So, actually, I think in a lot of the articles that I saw, they were actually calling it to Gate to Hell. So, portal to hell, whatever it is. So when we walked in, my first thing was, this is it? That was my very first thing that I said. And I will say one thing about that place. It's definitely a fire hazard. It wouldn't pass any codes. There's wires everywhere. There's the ground was going like this.
Yeah, I've seen videos.
Yeah, and for example, like we put there's an area where the music plays and you can dance, and the table's there, and we put some cat balls on the tables. Well, they wouldn't really stay on the tables because they were like the floor was like really wobbly, or uneven. But Jeff, who was there, told us a couple stories about the place, and he was investigating with us. But supposedly before we got there, a door opened, the bathroom door, which is near the front door. So, which we found interesting. But it's a very, very interesting place. And what I found fascinating about the place is just the history, just the amount of people that have gone through that place.
Do you think, right, this is where I'm coming from now, do you think that it's maybe the power of suggestion? That everybody thinks, oh, there's demons in the basement. And it's a gateway to hell. And because everybody's been doing this for so long, coming and believing that, it's power of suggestion. People go there thinking that they're going to see a demon and they're going to get to see the portal of hell. But in actual fact, there is spirits there, but there's no as many as made it.
Yeah. Well, I definitely agree with that because I was one of those people.
Yeah.
You know, I walked into this place hearing all these different stories and Carl being possessed and you know, the woman being killed and supposedly a hooker was killed there, a prostitute. It's just so many stories that I heard, and obviously I knew about the gate to hell. But I'm at fault for that too, because I walked in there going, okay, well, I'm nervous coming to this place because of all the stories I heard. And once I got to this place and really started investigating, going, okay, I think there's something awry here. And I think the TV shows really, and there's a lot of investigators too. Like a lot of the fakers on YouTube have really embellished this place to be something that it's not. Like, hey, listen, there is something definitely there, for sure. Demonic? No. And I'll tell you why. Because we were downstairs in the basement, and this supposedly happened with another investigator. I can't recall who it was, but we were actually doing a voice recording, and I asked, or Patty asked, is there a portal to hell here? We actually captured an EVP saying no. Now, what's interesting is another investigator had captured the same thing. No, there's no portal to hell here.
It's like Raymond says, it's like all of the people that legitimately died in the parking lot.
Yeah, I would say the parking lot's more scary than the actual Bobby Mackey's for sure. Because I believe when we got there, I think it was either in the summer or May, or maybe a couple of weeks before, somebody was actually shot in the parking lot.
It must have been quite a violent place at one point.
Well, I think, or what Jeff said was behind the Bobby Mackey's, there's the railroad, the train tracks, and then right over that there's a boardwalk kind of type of thing or a path, and then you have the lake. Supposedly a lot of homeless people living down in that area. Yeah. And it's not an area that you want to walk down in the middle of the night because you're likely to get killed or robbed. So, which Wilder's not an overly. April and May they had two separate shootings. There you go. Wilder's not an overly big town, and I just found it really interesting that there's so much violence in this parking lot.
Did it not have ties though? Did it not have ties to like the mafia? What I've heard, but I've not researched it that much, but I know it had some ties to the mafia.
I think I read something along that lines, but they didn't really deep dive into it too much.
Yeah.
I think they had something to do with the basement because it was a slaughter house, and I think they had something to do with it. So yeah, but I didn't read too much about it, and. Dakota's what's going on, Dakota? You're looking all weird.
Someone have a cell phone alarm going off?
You got an alarm?
Someone got a cell phone alarm going off?
Nope.
No.
The rapid beep, 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 beep.
No, I've got my phone set only. It's in silent mode. Same with my laptop, my iPad. It's all in silent.
Yeah, and I agree with Sherry, and I think that's what the problem is. I think, I haven't seen them, but I've been told that there are a lot of fakers on YouTube that are embellishing on what's going on there. And
of course, YouTube's famous for it.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
But really? I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem with this industry.
Yeah.
When you have a famous place like this, and the only reason why it's famous, or one of the reasons why it's famous, is because of Carl, who was. And I'll be honest, I don't think Carl was possessed. I think he was probably a skit, and had psychological problems, and I think that's what the main problem was. I don't think he was.
I watched the documentary on it, and I will say it was a certain person that was doing the documentary on it. And to be honest with you, I think he had more mental problems. I think it was more. Yeah. I think it was psychological.
Yeah,
psychological.
But it's interesting because I think Raymond told me this, or somebody else told me this, that Carl. Now, I've said this on a show before, and that somebody actually pointed out that he's not a hater of women. I don't know if that's true. When me and Patty were Patty and Vicky were upstairs, we never got that. We got a few things here and there. What's interesting is I had the SB7, and we all know what Carl did. Carl worked there, and he was basically a cleaner. Well, actually, in the actual SB7, I said, "What were your duties here?" And we actually captured on the SB7 mop.
Right, that's good.
That was cool. That was a cool moment, but again, people say he was possessed in the bathroom tub. If you guys saw the bathroom tub, you definitely don't want to be sitting in that tub because that thing is gross. So I actually captured a picture of it. It's absolutely nasty. But so what I find interesting is that when you're upstairs in that room, there's a table there, and it's got to at least have 300 cigarettes on there, and like cigarettes from years and years of people leaving cigarettes, and there's money on there as well. People are leaving money for Carl, and it's just it's really, really interesting. A lot of different stories for sure.
See, it's like Sherry says in it, the TV doesn't help. Look, if the TV did a show about Bobby Mackey's, right, before it was famous, and says, look, there's a couple of spirits here, they don't really do you any harm, and you might hear the odd noise now and again. The place has not got to make money for a start, and scares sell. Well, I know it sells, it makes money. Yeah. And if
tell you that.
Most TV ghost hunting shows, they're making money out of it. And then if you notice at the end that this is for entertainment purposes only, and that's what it is, it's entertaining. Whereas you get real people, like you, Brian, and you get other people that do the ghost hunting, and they get the real evidence, and you don't get many views for that, which I think's sad, and I think that's where the industry's went. It's just...
Yeah, and I think that's for a lot of places. I think that's it's just not for Bobby Mackey's. I think there's... like with the Zacks, the other paranormal investigation shows that are on TV, and we all know this, and we've said this in the past, that a lot of times these shows have to do this kind of stuff in order to stay on TV, because they are needing ratings. They are needing these sponsors to come in, these advertisers to come in and advertise during their show, and it's all about money. Yeah. And unfortunately, and I'm sure everybody in this room is going to agree with me, that that absolutely destroys our field because of this. This is why we're not taken seriously on a lot of different, it's just not paranormal. We're talking UFOs. We're talking cryptids. We're talking supernatural. We're talking everything under the umbrella. That, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would love to get funding, through science and stuff like that when it comes to the paranormal, but they're basically laughed at because they don't believe it happens.
Yeah, and the UFO field's the same. And I would say the UFO field's really bad, actually, because you'll get a lot of people, I mean, that will fake stuff now. TV shows will fake stuff, and people will fall for it. I mean, they fall for it. And I've seen stuff, and I'm like, that is fake. Because obviously I've seen kind of things like that, and people just believe it. Oh, did you see that? And I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. Dakota, what's your opinion on all of this?
No, I do have to say, we should take into consideration when we had like Dave Schrader and both Barry Fitzgerald on, they both admitted that, the marketing for it goes better with demons because people are sick and twisted. You know, they like to see people getting scared. They like fear. They're attracted to it. I mean, there was an experiment in Germany at an art museum in Germany where this guy put goldfish in these 10 blenders and asked people to walk by and turn it on. Say like one out of every group would always turn it on.
That's just
people are twisted, and that's what brings in money.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get what Sherry's saying about not listening and doing your own thing, but unfortunately, especially with the Sam and Colby fans or the young paranormal investigators that are in their early 20s, there's 13, 14, 15-year-olds that are watching this and believing it. And they're going out and doing the same thing. So, it's not about just not listening. Obviously, we're adults. Like us three, we're adults, or at least we try to be. And we don't take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? But then you're having these kids that are watching this and believing it. And you go and turn around and call out one of these fakers. They're all over you like, fly on paper. It's just, but I don't even know how you stop it. I just don't, there's no way to stop it.
Unless you regulate it, but then if you regulate it, then you start stepping on people's toes, and then it all just goes, do you want to regulate it? Because if you regulate it, how do you go about it? It's one of these things, how do you start doing something like that to bring it into the serious light?
You have to understand what is paranormal first off. We have to be able to say, okay, yes, that's a ghost. No, that's an orb. But no, then you got everybody saying, oh, but ghosts can make orb shapes. And it's just like, there's too many factors that nobody has the attention span for in order to regulate it. First off, that's the problem.
And on the flip side of that too, and we talked about this on Through the Lens today, on the flip side of that, you even have real paranormal investigators that are out in the field that are not doing any more debunking. And every noise they hear is now spirit. So even sometimes the real paranormal investigators are to blame as well, because they're not taking the time to really study or really analyze their evidence that they think is a spirit that might be just somebody outside streaming. So, it's just not about the fakers as well as it's about the real paranormal investigators not doing their due diligence and really focusing on the evidence. There was an investigation I did at a place called the Streaming Tunnel, and I thought I heard a whisper, and I reached out to my editor. I go, I'm not sure if this is a whisper. Thank God we had 2 cameras going, because on the other camera where the guy was holding, he whispered something to somebody else. So we had to analyze that to make sure that was what was really happening. Yeah. And if we didn't have the 2 cameras, that I could have put it out there going, okay, well, this is a real EVP, which in fact it wasn't. It was just somebody whispering. And, so we're just not blaming the fakers. We also have to blame some of these real investigators out there as well. Yeah. And I don't think that's talked about enough. Yeah. Jenny Sullivan from Emerald Isle Paranormal, she analyzes her EVP recordings to death. She will listen to them 1,000 times and go at every different type of angle to make sure that's what she caught. And unfortunately, a lot of these times, these people are putting out videos every week because they want to put videos every week because they want to climb up the YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And not doing, again, their due diligence on their investigations. Like if I hear something, I listen to it 50 to 70 times.
Yeah.
Before I actually say, okay, this is what it is. And if I have another camera, I'll look through the other camera footage too, just to confirm this is something that is real, not something like outside.
There's a good point from Loops, Hobbies and More, right? And this is something that I'm going to have to say. A lot of these apps, they're shit, right? They're designed to scare you, again, so as you buy them and stuff like that. Some of them are free.
Yeah.
Some of them are free because they've got adverts on them. That's what they're there for, so as you look at the adverts.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your opinion on these free apps that you get?
You know what? The only app that I'm on the fence about is the Necrophonic app.
I am. Same as you. Yeah.
You know, every other app, I'd say it's crap. I don't like going on, like, let's say TikTok and seeing somebody do GhostTube. And they're getting these thousands and thousands of views, and you just want to say it's a fake app. It's bull crap.
Yeah, or Ghost Radar, that's another one. Oh.
You know, me and Lex have talked about this many, many times on Through the Lens and about the Necrophonic. The only difference between Necrophonic and the rest of the apps is the Necrophonic does not ask for your permission for your media or your contacts when you sign up.
Yeah.
It's the only app that doesn't do that. The rest of them do. So that is something to question. You can put the app on air. You can put your phone on airplane mode. It still works. The other ones really don't.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more like in the old-fashioned type. I like the old Ghostbox type.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Like, this is how I look at it. And again, it's one of those things where, you know, you have to debunk your own evidence at times, meaning that if you got the app going, why not have your SB7 going at the same time? Or, you know, how I always did it was I would turn on the Necrophonic app and I'd speak through it. And I used it when it first came out and stuff like that. And I stopped using it, but I don't use it anymore. I only use the SB7 if I'm going to be going in the spirit box direction. So I used it to maybe hoping that it would get them active, not really thinking it's legitimate or anything. I'm on the fence about the Necrophonic because there's been times where I've asked a question and it comes out with the answer that I asked.
Yeah.
And that seems, you know, and that's why I'm on the fence. Like, I'll go, what color am I wearing? And it says black. Okay, well, how the hell did it know that?
That's a good point.
So if it came out and said red, well, you know, that's wrong. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just like I've asked a series of different questions and it's come out with the answer, which I find intriguing. But again, I'm on the fence about Necrophonic, but the rest of the apps are garbage, to be honest.
The Necrophonic, I used to use it. I've not used it. Still on my phone.
I think we all have.
And then I found out who had kind of like partnership in it.
Yeah, that's when I stopped using it too. That's when I stopped using it too. When I found out that person had association with the Necrophonic.
Yeah, I think Lex was actually shocked when he found it.
Yeah.
Well, because I was the one that told y'all.
That's right.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I
don't recall that.
Yeah, I was trying to look it up to, you know, have him on as a show because, you know, to try to talk about how the app works. And where I looked, it kept bumping back into that person. I was like, really? And like y'all said, I'm on the fence about it too. Like one example, it was a UFO based session, but there's a lot of overlap when it comes to ghosts and UFOs. If you don't think so, you're not paying attention. But there was one message I came across, one of the clearest ones I've gotten, is says, the cat is a gift from us, please take care of her. Now, I lived out in the county, stray cats popped up around us all the time. The one that happened to show up, for some reason, warmed right up to me for some reason. The only thing weird about her is that she's a polydactyl. That message to come up like day after she first shows up, and I'm just like, okay, what was that about? Who sent her?
Yeah, just getting back to Bobby Mackey's here. There was a lot of there was a lot of interesting things that happened during the night. For example, we were downstairs. We decided to obviously go to the basement. You can't go to Bobby Mackey's without going to the basement, where supposedly all this stuff had happened, or the gate to hell or portal to hell. So we were actually doing Estes method with Patty. And Patty Woods had the headphones on. And we asked some interesting, Jeff and I think it was Jeff and Raymond asked her some interesting questions. And she was coming up with the answers. What do you like to, at one point I think it said, what do you like to drink? And Patty said vodka. So, but again, going back to that, we asked the question, is there a portal to hell? And said no, but the basement is very, very interesting place. When I walked downstairs in the basement, I saw something right away. People don't know this, and, the groups doesn't know this, but I saw something right away, and it ran really, really quickly. And I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because it was dark down there. But I definitely saw something when we first walked in. Now, in order to get in, I don't know if you guys know this, but in order to get to the basement, you have to leave the bar, and you have to go around and down a little bit of a hill and go in through the doors. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but I will say this: that place downstairs is very, very, very creepy. It's very creepy. There's a lot of stuff around. There's the changing rooms are downstairs. It's just a really, really creepy place. One thing I did want to see. I wanted to see the Stairway to Nowhere, which I thought was pretty cool. I'm sure you guys have heard of that.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was cool. That was, the whole place was just really, really interesting. But I will say, overpriced and overdone.
Yeah.
5 hours, $600.
$600
for 5 hours.
Okay. Question:
I'm cheaper hooker.
Don't be telling Brian he'll be wanting the number of
not touching that one.
I'm sorry, Brian. If you to rate it out of 10, what would you give it, Brian?
3.
Right. Okay.
3.
That's actually quite interesting because I think it's one of its own Macquarie bucket list. And after hearing the stuff that you've talked about and Raymond and stuff and other people that I've been talking to recently.
Yeah, I would say the most I'd go is 4 on a haunted scale.
Yeah.
But, keeping in mind this business is still open. It's open on Friday and Saturday nights. And honest to God, I just don't understand how this place is still standing. It's like it's a walking fire hazard.
Well, they're obviously no spending the money on the business.
Well, my thought is, and I don't think I'm too far off.
Yeah.
They're paying off they're paying off the police and the fire department.
No, right.
For staying open. Because I'm telling you this much right now, if I walked in there as a inspector for the fire department, I'm closing that place right away. Right away. There was wires hanging out of the ceilings. Like electrical wires.
You
coming out of the floor.
You wonder if that would play havoc with the EMF.
It would.
Yeah, and I didn't use the K2 at all that night.
Smart move.
And I used the REM pod, I think, once downstairs in the basement, but I didn't use it upstairs. Now, there was an interesting part that I want to say that I thought was really, really interesting. So, the area where Carl was supposedly where they did that video of him going through the seance or that he's possessed.
Yeah.
So, I was actually standing in that area.
Right.
Now, keeping in mind, we had spirit balls on all the tables. Well, most of the tables. Not all of them, because I think there was like 30 there. So, so we had the spirit balls. So when I started talking about Carl, is this where Carl had his seance? And I started talking about Carl. Right when I started talking about Carl, about 25 feet away from me, a spirit ball went off.
Right. So he's obviously hanging about.
So I did capture that on camera.
No, that'll be good.
So I did. Now, I haven't gone through that far, but what I'm hoping while I was in that area that I actually captured an EVP, because I have captured EVPs through my microphone camera.
Yeah. What can you tell us some of them that you've maybe heard?
I'm going to save that. I'm going to save it. Yeah, I'm going to save that.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Tease.
So, and yeah, Raymond caught a cool voice there that night. And so, like I'm saying, and I don't know if Sherry was referring the WoW to my grading of Bobby Mackey's, but yeah, that's. I couldn't say anything more than 4 when it comes to hauntings in a place.
I mean,
it's not worth it. It's really, yeah. If I were to give you a place that you'd want to go out of when I was there, would be Octagon Hall. Octagon Hall was from the minute that we walked in, from the minute we left, the activity was crazy.
Really?
Yes. When we first got there, we were standing in the doorway or in the hallway, the front door. So when you walk in, there's a front door, and it goes down a hallway to these different rooms. But then there's another door right beside it that goes down to the basement where the little girl supposedly died. Mary Elizabeth, where she was severely burned, and she ended up dying 7 days later from her burns. Terrible way to go. Really, really terrible way to go. And so when we walked in, me and Adam both heard what sounded like somebody being dragged along the basement floor.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And it was crazy. There was a moment, me and Adam were standing in the room that we were setting up all our equipment. So there's a table here coming this way, okay? There's a long table. I'm over on this side. Adam's at the top of the table. I'm about 5 feet away from this cabinet.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the cabinet door started shaking. Just one cabinet door. There's 2. One started shaking. Now, if it was something or somebody walking on the floor, you think both of them would have shaken.
Both of them
would have been shaking. But there was one door shaking, like somebody was trying to open the door. Me and Adam looked at each other, looked at that cabinet, and went, "Did that just happen?" Of course, we didn't have our cameras going.
Oh.
So we were setting up our stuff. But Octagon Hall, going back to Octagon Hall, and like I said earlier in the show, there is something definitely in Bobby Mackey's for sure.
Yeah.
There's definitely several spirits in Bobby Mackey's for sure. Demonic? No.
No.
Definitely not. And I think Bobby Mackey's is not helping the cause either. Because I would say they're encouraging it. And I know people that have gone in there. I know people have gone in there that are fakers, that have absolutely embellished that place. And trust me, these places love that. They love it. Because then that means more people are going to come.
Oh, yeah.
And $600 for 5 hours is definitely not worth it. Now, what I will say is, one, I got to investigate with Raymond and Patty and Jeff and Vicky. Just to walk into that place, knowing the history, that was probably the best part of the whole night.
Yeah. I take it you won't be going back to Bobby Mackey.
No. Unless somebody invites me.
Yeah.
I will not go back there voluntarily.
Someone else covers the bill, huh?
What's that?
Someone else covers the bill, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
MD's listening out there. He's for Brian Levy.
Hey, I admit it. But what were you saying, Chris?
The whole one, I mean, what kind of spirits are there, would you say? Is it Octagon Hall? What kind of entities are there?
Oh God! Well, you got to remember this was a house of salvage for people of the war.
Right.
They had slaves. They have an actual slave burial ground in the backyard.
Oh, good God! Right.
And it's interesting because me and Adam went to that slave burial ground, which is quite a ways away from the actual house. Still on the property, but still a little bit of, not a long walk, but it's about it's about a 5-minute walk. So maybe not that long. So when I got there, I started feeling sick.
Okay.
I was really starting to feel sick, and not only because of what this particular area was, but I was feeling sick because something was making me sick. And I left and I ran to the bathroom. Unfortunately, Adam came in after me and said, "You guys might want to leave." So, yeah, and it wasn't throw up, and it wasn't number one, and I spread some history there. So,
oh dear God! So if you're ever visiting that, ladies and gentlemen, if you smell something strange, just think of Brian J. Levin.
Well, the funny thing about all of that is, and not to get too descriptive here, but the funny thing about that is you're not allowed to flush the toilet paper down the toilet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're not allowed. They say you're not allowed to flush the toilet paper down the toilet. So if you are going to the bathroom there, you have to put that paper in the garbage.
That's interesting. Why is that? Is it because they don't have like
the piping? The piping is not good. Anyways, now let's get off that topic. Octagon Hall was crazy. At the end of our investigation, Patty was going. So you have the house here, and then there's like a hut, and it's got a kitchen in it. It's got a fireplace and stuff like that. And this is at like 8:00 in the morning. Okay.
All right.
And Patty walks in. She just released the video out last night. So she walks in, her and Adam. Again, people, this is 8:00 in the morning. She walked in. She captured an EVP on her microphone camera. So, with saying that, I don't care what people say. Paranormal is 24 hours a day.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're there in the morning, afternoon, or 3:00 in the morning.
See,
It happens all the time.
That's what folk. Everybody does these ghost investigations at night in the dark. You stay during the day, because it'll be out and all. It's madness. It really is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this place was crazy. It was most of the night. It was responding to me through asking questions. Mm-hmm. It wasn't responding to Adam at all. I don't know why. Obviously, it just felt whatever was following us around just had a better connection with me. I asked the questions, and upstairs in the main bedroom, we had the spirit box going, the EMF going, and it was just answering me, and it was really, really interesting. Really, Octagon Hall. For almost 14 hours we were there. It was $300.
Yes, And what would you rate that?
That place?
Yeah.
Easily 9.5 to 10.
Right. So there you
for
go,
activity. For activity.
Yeah. Oh, I want to go there.
Place is crazy.
About that. Yeah.
Crazy place. And Bear, who's the tour guide there, he had some pretty out there stories when it comes to that place. Supposedly they were sitting on the back porch and they saw Bigfoot come to the house. And they actually possibly saw the Dogman. Yeah. And they actually there's actually even a possibility, and they think they saw it. And I think this is way out there. They actually think they saw the Mothman.
Really?
On that property.
That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign.
And there's also been seen, and Sherry said UFOs, and UFOs have been seen in that area, over that house.
You'll find that with the UFOs. You'll find that whoever they are that's flying, especially the Mothman, especially UFOs, whoever they are, extraterrestrials, whoever they are, they have got an awful interest in paranormal areas for some weird reason.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that place too, and we were told at the beginning of the night, and this is kind of weird, but kind of cool at the same time. There's next door to this place, there's a farm. And they actually have had a lot of problems with the sheep disappearing.
Okay.
That's not good.
Yeah. So they have 2 dogs that roam the property. And they bark and they scare whatever's around. Well, what's interesting about that is every time something happens when it comes to paranormal within the house, the dogs start barking. So if you hear barking, something is going to happen in that house.
That is very... I want to go there now. Right, that's that. When we come to the United States, Dakota, we'll go. I think you should come to it, Brian. We should go to that location.
You know what? I'm telling you guys, and even upstairs, and this is a sad part of the story about this house. There was a guy there that was a pedophile.
Oh, right.
And there was a girl that lived upstairs, and he would go into her room at nighttime. And unfortunately, he was killed. Fortunately, he was killed. Unfortunately, he's not allowed to leave the top floor. He's not allowed to leave.
So he's trapped there forever.
So he's trapped there. But it's just really the whole place. I can't say enough about Octagon Hall. I really can't, and I can't wait for the videos to come out. It's probably going to be 2 parts, and because there was 14 hours of footage, and obviously we took breaks here and there. I was choked downstairs in the kitchen. Yeah. So so me, Adam, and Laura were downstairs, and I was sitting at the kitchen table doing an SB7, I believe it was, or a voice recording. Yeah, it was an SB7. And all of a sudden I started to lose my breath, and I started coughing, and I couldn't breathe. And what's interesting about that is after I left that chair, Adam sat in the chair, it started happening to him.
Right.
So it's definitely an interesting place. Really, it is.
Yeah,
but we're supposed to be talking about Bobby Mackey's.
I know, man. But again, something. It actually taken Dakota a while for this, but Dakota. Do you want to show that special picture that you managed to dig out from deep archives of the 90s? When were you a hairdresser, out of curiosity? What year was
now,
Chris has been obsessed with you.
So let me say this. How is the fundraiser going for my wig?
Wait a minute. I think I've 10 cents ready.
I don't recall mentioning a fundraiser, but then again, I just kind of jumped off
I think it was mentioned on last week's show with you two.
Was it?
And Raymond.
right?
That you guys were going to do a fundraiser for my wig.
Everybody, if you want to donate into the PayPal, please, we'll be giving 95% of that to a wig, for Brian. And if we get you this wig, you have to do an investigation with it on. Right.
And the reasons why I would do that?
Because everybody would be chipping in for this beautiful wig. They want to see
what? I'll be honest. I'm happy with my shaved head.
I'm going to say this to you. I'll tell you something now. But when were you a hairdresser out of curiosity? Because this photo that we found of you is absolutely fantastic.
There's no way you found a photo of me.
I'm telling you.
I'm guessing it was photoshopped. And
I don't know, man.
I mean,
it looks pretty convincing.
Would we do a thing like that? Would we do a thing like that to you, Brian? Anyway,
I was a hairstylist. Wait a minute. I was a hairstylist for 13 years. And it's a funny story. Funny story and a scary story at the same time. How I got into hairstyling. Before I was a hairstylist, I was a private investigator. I was a private investigator for 6 years. And I was actually shot on the job. And so I was out of commission for a little while. Now, how I got into hairstyling is before I did a case on a teacher at a hairstyling school. Right. He was committing fraud. And that's how I found out about hairstyling schools. And it was something that I was always very, very interested in. And hairstyling, I don't know, I cut people's hair when I was younger and stuff like that. It's something I just enjoyed, and I did it.
Well, I think this is an awesome photo. You're going to think this is brilliant, and we're going to send it to everybody because I think it's just awesome.
I'm ready. Blue Man Group without their makeup. Oh, great.
Bring up that amazing picture.
What the hell? That doesn't even look like. That's just my eyes. Because I don't grow a beard like
honestly, this. Look, you can see the salon in the background. You can see the salon in the background there. You see it?
Who's that a mixture of?
You'll have to ask his lordship.
Who's the lower part of the that picture?
You didn't think my comment from earlier would give you a hint?
No, what comment was that?
Bruce Campbell.
Oh.
I think it's awesome. Do you know something?
Put it back up there for a minute. Put it back up there for a minute. Yeah, it is like a Chuck Norris hairstyle there. What's going on? That's actually pretty good. I like that. Definitely my eyes, though, right? Is it my eyes? I think it's my eyes.
As your eyes.
We kind of blended the faces together, and that's how it turned out.
How'd you do that? That's really good.
You see how he's actually made the photo look really old?
You know what I'm going to do? Is if you send me that picture, I'm going to put it in my little icon on Facebook.
No, it was an app that caused a lot of freak out over a couple of years ago because they found out it was developed by a Russian group, but called
really?
FaceApp.
And yet you're using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supporting it if you're using it.
Terrible to quote. That is despicable to quote.
I just bought the lifetime subscription to it, so.
Wow. So you just gave Russians a bunch of money.
I know.
That can't be good.
That's what.
No.
So what exactly is episode 4.9?
You know how we put the episodes on IMDb?
Yes.
That's how you format, season 4, episode 9.
Oh, okay. Russian propaganda, definitely.
He's a Ruski spy.
No, but say some of the women I've been with probably are.
This show is Bald and Bonkers.
That's why we're called Bald and Bonkers, Brian.
Hey,
apparently Putin likes to watch us.
Well, you know what? I heard a very, very interesting. I read something very, very interesting, and I think it's right that bald men are considered the sexiest men in the world.
There you go. Objection.
Okay.
Here, say what the fuck, Raymond? Is it because Chris's brother called you Shaggy?
Oh my God! It does look like Shaggy out of Scooby Doo, doesn't it?
It's definitely a Chuck Norris hairstyle. It's definitely looking. You got to send me that picture. I'm going to use it. I'm going to put it on my. I'm going to put it on my screen. I'm going to use it for a screensaver.
Oh God! Oh my God!
That's awesome.
You need to.
I loved it. Thank you guys. That was a nice surprise. But I will tell you, I looked a lot better with when I did have hair. I could send you a picture. I could send you a picture if I could find it.
Down to your knees and stuff like that.
It was when I was in my 20s, I was also doing a lot of acting, so I had headshots done, and I eventually ended up leaving the industry. But my headshots were fantastic back then. My headshots now are fantastic.
Well, think of it in this sense. See if the acting falls through and the ghost hunting falls through. You can always go back to hairdressing. See, honestly, Raymond, that's just terrible.
You know what? The good thing is that it's just not Lex he's going after all the time. So it sounds like he's going a little bit after you as well.
He wanted to Photoshop Lex tonight, but I talked him out of it. So Lex, if you're watching tonight, thank me.
No, I just got bored because I can't make Lex look bad when I do that shit. I don't know.
Lex is
Walmart
Lex is a good-looking guy.
Well, do you know something? I'll never get the Robin Hood burned out of my brain. It's stuck in there.
Well, the funny thing about that is I'm going back next year to London, but I think I'm also going to hit Ireland and Scotland as well. So I'm just not going to stay in UK. I'm going to go to Scotland. I'm also going to go to Ireland. So I'm going to do all three. So, so if I go, we're going to go to Sherwood Forest again. And this time I will wear the tights. But I will say this. I'm going to wear the tights over jeans. So, so they're just going to have to be big enough tights so when I put them up, they're not going to rip.
I think Lex should dress as the Sheriff of Nottingham. He has got the kind of beard. It looks like the Sheriff of Nottingham.
And take a picture of him, like, spanking me.
Coming to a show near you soon, Lex and Brian, the Sheriff of Nottingham.
He's just not the Sheriff of the Woods. It's just not the Sheriff of the Woods.
You don't want to be alone in the woods with Lex at night. No. The things that he might do,
Yeah, I'm going to be coming out to, I'm going to be definitely going out to Scotland. I'm definitely going to go out to Ireland this time. I'm not going to spend my whole month in the UK or where I was. Sorry. So, but that means I'll get out and hopefully you'll take me to a couple of those abandoned castles, Chris.
Oh, yes. Only if you're wearing your tights, that is.
Well, we'll have to talk about that.
What you two do in your time.
Well, it's a bit of fun,
But one spot I want to go to, and it's on my list, I want to get out to Lemp Castle.
Yes.
In Ireland.
Yeah,
so that's one place it's on my list. So and Jenny has some good connections to get in there.
Yeah.
So that would be a lot of fun.
You should go there,
I go after Dakota too. We need to discuss what I told the spirits at Bobby Mackey's, Brian? What did you tell the spirits?
It's all coming out now. It's all this talk's coming out now.
You gotta remember, Raymond, old age, memory's the second thing.
Well, yeah. I think he's talking about maybe being Canadian.
Eh?
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah. Not all Canadians say that.
Why is that? Why is that? Right, that's something I've always wanted to ask, and I've never wanted to ask a Canadian.
Do you ever do you remember the McKenzie brothers?
Yes.
I think they were on Saturday Night Live for a little while. Then they had their own show. That's where it started from. The A. That's where it started from. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that. There you go, you learned.
To make fun of your Canadian accent. I don't have an accent.
Well, it's not as thick as some Canadians I've heard, I'll admit, but it does come out from time to time.
Does it?
You got to say about.
Yeah.
I was asking a wee bit of Scottish.
It's like when I went to England. When I went to England, everybody said I had an accent. Well, that's because everybody there is British, right? So.
Oh, yes.
Anyways.
But anyway, Brian, thank you for coming on tonight. And
not a problem. You know what? Are you guys going to start promoting your December 3rd show soon, or what's going on?
We will be promoting.
I guess we probably should.
We should actually. We should, because there'll be actually quite a few there. There'll be Dave Schrader, you, Brian, Lex, me, Dakota. I think Lisa Fry. She'll be coming on too. So
Lisa Fry.
She's a medium friend of ours.
Okay. She was on with Pet Psychics last night.
Oh, okay. So Scottish Outlooker has new neighbours and they're Canadian.
Really? He only lives like 3 miles from me. You know that, Scottish
really?
Outlooker? Yeah. I'm actually next door. I live next door to his mum.
Okay.
It just shows you.
Cool.
What a small world we live in. You know, look, Scottish Outlooker's actually a member of that Ghost Squad. We were meant to meet up today, but the weather was that bad, so we couldn't go.
Oh, okay. So, well, I got to take a look at that video you sent me the other day. So.
Oh, yeah. Check it out, because that place, I think you would like that place, Brian. I think it's kind of creepiness.
Raymond wants to come to Suicide Forest with me.
The Suicide Forest.
Which is going to be there in the next 2 years.
Really?
Guaranteed. Yeah.
As long as there's no earthquakes and it sinks into the sea, because the amount of earthquakes
hopefully not.
Hopefully
not. They
let
me over. They let me over there. I'm always stopped when I go in the States.
Just don't show them a picture of you with your tights on, you'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
That might get me not. They're going to look at that and go, really? Go home.
But you always get stopped. You always get. You must be in some
States. I always get stopped. You know why? Because a few years ago I tried to go in, just near the beginning of COVID, and they said what I was doing was non-essential, so they denied me. So ever since then, I get stopped all the time in the States now. I get stopped at the border all the time, and I said, "Is this going to continue? Like every time I come in the States?" And they go, "It's going to happen for a while, then it'll just stop because they're going to see that you've been here quite a bit." So. When I went to Nashville, when I went to Nashville a month ago, they took me to the back of the airport and questioned me. Yeah. And, the funny thing is, they thought I was going down there to film because they looked up my name online and found my IMDb, and they saw the paranormal shows that I've done.
Right.
And they assumed, because of the Paranormal Investigator, they assumed I was going down there to do a TV show, which is not the case. So it's good that I have the IMDb, but it's bad because of the fact that every time I go to the airport, they look up my name and then that pops up.
Yeah, I feel you. I almost got denied a visa when I went to China a few years back because they found out I was an author.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm going to New York. Going to New York in March. I'm going back down to Tennessee, hopefully in February, to do some more investigations. But New York is just a getaway for 3 or 4 days. So I won't take any film equipment so they can look at my car. But I'm going to be driving because New York from here is about 8-hour drive. So, so I'm going to be going to New York for 3 or 4 days just to get away. So, but they're going to stop me and they're going to search my car, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Probably so.
Well, hopefully they don't stop you, but New York's quite an interesting place. It's got some. What is it? Is there no a really haunted location in New York? Where is it? It's an island that was used for immigration. It's all abandoned now.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a immigration post that was used in New York, and it's meant to be what it was actually. It was a hospital on it because a lot of them had like diseases.
I think I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it's asylum that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I've had some friends go there. I've had some friends go there and investigate that place, and that she captured a stream in the basement in the morgue.
I think it's Ellis Island. It's Ellis Island.
Okay.
And
just to let you know, I'm on the Homeland. Securities list.
You'll be fine. Those don't lock you up and put you in a cell.
When you get stopped at the border, you get put on a list when you're denied. I am on that list. So, just depending. And the last time when I went to Nashville, they took my fingerprint.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, because they used to make it to where just anybody who had your same name, so any other poor Brian John Liberties that tried going through the border, they get flagged because of you.
Yep.
Yep. See, I've never been outside the UK. I'm looking forward to my first trip in an airplane.
When are you going? You coming to the States?
I don't know when. Maybe soon. I don't know. Thinking about it.
Cool.
But I don't know, all the stuff that I talk about when you hear about UFOs, isn't that they'll probably put a bag in my head and take me away.
One thing. I love Google. I love the internet, but unfortunately, that's the bad thing for me when I go across the border because they're looking up my name on everything.
Oh yeah.
So they found my name on Paraflix. They found my name on YouTube. They find it everywhere. And the first question was, "Are you going down there to shoot a film?" No, I'm going down there for fun, for my own.
Yes. Scottish Outlook has got a good one there, and I think that's what you should do. You should swap over that photo.
If only, right?
Yeah, so then I get in trouble for falsifying. Then I get in trouble for falsifying my passport. Yeah, that's all I need.
We're saying Jack parcel.
Wait a minute, this passport has hair. What's going on? You have no hair, but this passport says you do. And what's going on with the chin area? It's not the same.
I didn't do anything with the beard. That's what it did to itself.
Yeah.
But anyway, guys, it's been a great night. And Brian, could you want to give yourself a quick plug for all your special locations for new people?
Oh, God, there's just so many now that it's hard to. But that's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's like it keeps me busy. Well, you can find me on Huntophobia on all social media platforms. Especially you can over on Parapost Network. If you're interested in Parapost Network, it's a social media site for everything under the paranormal umbrella. You can download it through iOS or Android. Huntophobia Canada's over on TikTok as well, and Global Ghost Hunt, which is starting next year and will be a yearly thing. We're going to have 2 events a year. So if you have a paranormal investigation team and you want to be part of this 10-day event, obviously you don't have to investigate 10 days. You just pick one day, one location. You go over to www.globalghosthunt.com and you can register your team and your haunted location. That will go live around the globe. So you're going to be able to get your team out there. If you're interested in getting out there, and it's going to be free marketing for yourself, and and just go over there. It's happening May 4th to May 14th, and October 19th to October 29th. And the great thing is, both of those months, that's the thinning of the veil. So the May 5th is the start of thinning of the veil. And I believe it's October 28th is the starting of the thinning of the veil next year. So it's a good time to get in there. It's going to be limited spots. But again, www.globalghosthunt.com. globalghosthunt.com, and you just register your team. Other than that, Through the Lens on Sundays at 4 p.m. On Facebook and YouTube. It's Through the Lens with Brian and Lex. And, you can also find Global Ghost Hunt over on Facebook as well. And Parapost Network Central. Are you guys streaming on there right now? I don't think you are. Are you?
We had kind of a weird incident with Facebook,
problems.
so...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Meta?
Facebook.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Facebook, I don't know. They're even claiming they have no clue what's going on, so...
Meta's garbage. Yeah. Anyway, so sorry, Facebook. It's garbage. You can find Parapost Network Central, where you're going to find all types of podcasts, live investigations that you can go watch. You can go follow that page. It's great. Hit over 3,000 a couple of weeks ago, so it's doing well. And for a platform, it's only been around for about 6 months. So, if you're interested in podcasts, that's the place to be, for sure.
Yeah, guys, please check out Brian's podcast. Because you've always got a very interesting guest on. The one you had tonight was
he was fabulous. Jesse's a really, really super nice guy. He's only been in the field starting his 3rd year. He's very fresh. Before we came on, I watched some of his videos today, and there was a couple things I was giving him advice on, especially the K2. He likes using the K2, but unfortunately he was using it improperly, meaning that the K2 was on, and there was all kinds of phones, like were literally a feet away from the K2.
Yeah.
So he didn't know that, but he's learning. He's going to be a good investigator, and he's open to other avenues other than the paranormal. So the cryptics, the supernatural, UFOs, all of it. Yeah. So definitely somebody you might want to have on your show down the road for sure. He's a really, really good guy, and I'm glad he was on today's show. The reason I met him was he reached out to me on TikTok and asked if he can interview me on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
So he's a really, really good person, for sure.
If you need to send their links, could you send me his links and I'll check them out?
I sure will. Thank you for the picture, Dakota. I appreciate that. I'm going to put that up on screensaver right now.
Just think all the women will be coming to your door battling it. And then you'll open it and they'll be like, bugger.
Oh, that's funny. Kind of looks like a mixture of me and Jason Stratus, or whatever his name is. Stratum.
You don't know. They might give
Chuck Norris hair.
There might be a Hollywood director watching us, for all you know. They might give you a part in a big movie.
You never know.
Well, we do have one Hollywood casting director that does watch us from time. Yeah, he's been on our show twice now.
Yeah.
I just had a lead role in a TV show a month ago.
What were you playing?
I was playing, it's a very famous story out of Arizona. A doctor was killed. I was playing the doctor. Yeah, I played the lead role in that show. It's a TV show called Homicide.
I'll watch that.
It's going to be on, I believe it's going to be on CBC, and I believe it's also going to be on Netflix. So that was about a month and a bit ago. So it was a lot of fun playing. It was great getting shot.
Really?
And stabbed 11 times. It was awesome.
Wow. So you were shot and stabbed 11 times. Wow.
Yeah. Shot 5 times actually, and stabbed 11. You guys
That's
really need
it.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. So,
wow.
But thank you guys so much for having me on today's show. I'm looking for. There he goes, Jason Statham with Keith Urban.
Keith Urban. Oh God, my mom.
Oh my God! What was that you said there about your mother? What was that you said there?
My mom's gonna cringe at that comment. She loves Keith Urban.
Yeah.
Right now.
I heard that. That's hilarious.
It was by accident, I swear.
That's awesome.
My God.
Again, guys, thanks. And I'm so looking forward to December 3rd.
It's going to be a great
show. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it too, because I think you and Dave will go in like a house on fire. I don't know. I was telling him.
I wonder if I can convince him to come on Parapost.
He's a busy guy. He's a
meaning that he can bring his podcast on the page.
Well, maybe.
Ask him.
Let's just say
ask him that night after the show.
You got to pester him if you got to try to get him through email because
I pester him all the time.
That man's more of an airhead than most blondes I know.
Mention it to him. Chris mentioned it to him about Parapost Network Central because AJ did. He was actually speaking with AJ because he was on. I believe he was on Talking with the Source, and him and AJ were talking about coming on Parapost Network Central, and he was interested, but he stopped emailing AJ for whatever the reason. Just got busy. So
he's awfully busy. I talked to him quite a lot. He was over here in Scotland on a holiday, and he's like, "Do you want to meet up?" And I'm like, "You've only given me like 2 hours notice." He was like 40 miles away in the city, and I'm obviously in the countryside. He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll get you the next time." I'm like, that kind of thing. And he's a really nice guy, and I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do for you, Brian.
Would that be weird if I put that picture up on the icon on Facebook?
No, it'd be great. Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Just like that all the time. So no,
you know what? Could you actually put my face there and put the hair there and see how that works out?
All right.
I've already tried that.
And then send me that when you're done.
All right. Well, it could. I could have made it look like this.
He's trying to make me look like what's his name? What's his
called? Chris on Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson. I mean, seriously. I'm amazed he's still alive, to be purely honest with you.
Just because how much he smokes.
Mm.
The man literally
your president is doing wonderful things.
Who?
President I don't think you realize he is the president.
President Biden has blocked the promotion of Lieutenant General Platt. What the hell? I was watching an interview. He was being interviewed and he fell asleep.
Yeah, I mean, we should really do a show just about President Biden because I think it's great. Did you see the one where he got lost in the White House lawn?
No. They're fairly certain the man had a stroke and they're trying to cover it up, Chris.
Look up.
It has all the same mannerisms as someone who had a stroke.
Look up President Biden lost.
It's getting disturbing.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, guys.
Yeah. Right, shall we play the Trailer Dakota, and we'll see you all on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right, let's go.
Be sure to visit baldandbonkers.net for all of our amazing projects and sneak peeks of what is to come.